What's going on? Greetings, Stobe the Hobo. It's on. It's Valentine's Day tonight. And all I can say is I'm definitely single. And I'm excited about it. Because I'm free to not care about my appearance. I mean, I look ugly and gross right now, and I don't care. I got this silly jacket from the thrift store, which it's $5. Basically, I'm gonna jettison it at some point. Here we are. This was fast, right after I got beer. I'm on the engine. We're out of here. So I got some cold beer. This is the new Voodoo Ranger IPA from New Belgium. Pretty decent. I don't really know its example why it's any different than any other IPA, but it tastes good. So you who's watching this, you should be pleased, because this stuff in the engine, this is not ever going to be public anymore. This is playing with fire a little bit more, being in here. I've rode in the engine a lot of times. I don't want people to be inspired to go do this. I don't want this to be public. It just shouldn't be done. That's nothing to worry about, that beeping sound. Basically, if you're watching this, you got access privileges, and you should feel pleased for being a supporter. So we got quite a trip planned. The goal is to get all the way to the south tip of Florida from Montana. That's pretty much as far as you can do. This is going to be a long grind of a trip. But I'm starting out in DPUs, which are warm. I should be able to ride DPUs hopefully as far as Kansas City. I'm on a cool empty. These go to mines well before Kansas City. However, I can switch to another train in Laurel or Sheridan. It's Valentine's Day. Just gotta say, I mean, that's nice if you got a special somebody that's really sweet and that's touching and all that stuff. I just gotta say though, this year I'm kind of glad I'm single, because I can do this trip. It's gonna be a major trip. And I just gotta say, this is impossible. You get that special someone, you're not gonna go ride a train down to Florida. It's never gonna happen. Going past the yard office here, I'd like to point out this yard has got more security than a lot of the Class 1 railroads. They got more fences, they got more things. You gotta really be paying attention to this yard. Looks like, I think we're out of here until we clear the yard. I'm not sure this thing isn't gonna get checked, to be honest. I got everything down here ready to pop in case we stop to do the inspection. I feel like such an outlaw. I think it needs to be said, I only have positive energy towards the railroad, towards all the people. There's nothing negative going on here. 11 miles an hour. Coming to the topic of fan funding, look at this camera. It doesn't even focus anymore. It used to. I'm gonna have to buy a new camera. So that costs money, but you're watching this, you've already helped. I'm not pitching. This is the Kettle House Brewery building. It's a great place to hang out and drink beer and watch trains. Just a little addendum as we're approaching the east end of the yard. There's Missoula. Not gonna be back here for quite a while. You can hear the sound of that diesel engine revving up. We are out of here. Look at that pool. I wouldn't mind being in there with a hot day tonight, honestly, instead of here, but we're out of here. I'm thinking this calls for another cold beer. I just ran out of beer, but I've got Mike's hard blood orange flavor, and I got Goldfish. A little bit later, just cruising through Montana. There's not much. We're missing some of the good scenery because it's dark, but I really wanted to get out of town in the dark. The train is approaching Bozeman, which is Montana State University, a couple other things there.
I'm glad to be in here in the warmth. It is not fun for me, honestly, to be doing this outdoors in the winter anymore. And I'm hoping by the time I have to get outside on a train for a while, it's going to be further south. Waking up here, it's about 7, and it's still pretty dark here. This is going over Bozeman Pass. So we're going over Bozeman Pass, and we're coming into Livingston. There will be a river runs through it. It's supposed to be in Livingston. It wasn't actually filmed there for whatever reason with Brad Pitt. And that's about 10 miles from here. And this is about the edge of the Montana mountains. After this pass, it's gonna flatten out, and that's it, pretty much. All right, this is Bozeman Pass. This is the end of the mountains here. Out into the flats, no more mountains at all from here east. It's always kind of a, sad thought to be leaving the mountains for good and out into the flats, because once you get out of here, it's flat. Basically, as far as you can get in the United States until, Tennessee at least. If I can get the wipers here to get a little better view out the window. There we go. Look at that. Looks like it's out of fluid though. Oh, there we go. Okay. Nice. About some of the accommodations that you've got here, amenities type things in these engines. First of all, you got the heat. That's pretty straightforward. You got a power outlet here, so I can put my camera on there, or cell phone or something. Look at the controls. It's not a terribly complicated looking setup. I don't really know how it all works. Then you've got all this throttles and dynamic brake. Got a radio, and if you know the channel, which I do, you know what to listen. It's really good to know that channel if you're in here, because if there's any heads up about a rider in here, you're going to hear it on there first, and you'll be able to get a jump on anyone who's trying to come and roust you out of here. Also got a fridge. Put some cold beer in there, or in this case it's just got water. And then you got a bathroom, which you've seen before in other episodes. It's a good way to get through any kind of security area if you're in here, and maybe that sounds counterintuitive because it's kind of a more secure thing here, but if you're down here on the floor, I mean, no one's ever going to be able to know you're in here as long as you're moving. Phone, this is just connected to the radio up here. That's not a phone. I've been enjoying probably my favorite cheap food out here on the road. Just Chef Boyardee ravioli for breakfast. Got these heaters, and you can put the ravioli and heat it up there. It takes a long time, and I'm hungry, so I'm just gonna dig in. Ravioli would probably be froze solid if we were outside right now. Going past this big old stockyard here. Look at all them cows just hanging out. Got their thick winter coats on. There's doggies out there in this pasture. Alright, finally out of the mountains and into the flats. The train is coming into Laurel, and there is where the DPU inspection could happen. And I'm going to be prepared to duck and cover. I'm hoping it's in a place where I could just get off the train and be out of the train when it happens. So I'm not sure what's going to happen when we get there. Coming into Laurel here. They recently put this new 3 or 4 tracks here for crew changes way out here. That's why I'm hoping I don't have to get off here. It's a major hassle. It's a fairly pleasant stop in the summer. I gotta say now, it looks, still dead and gray from winter. I think they're gonna check here. I'm hoping the train would stop out here. And you could just hide behind a tree or something while they're doing it. I'm gonna get off the train until the thing starts going again. Down here. Nobody came and checked it, so I'm back on. I'm hoping we're just gonna peace out of here. However, it may stop somewhere up here and they may check it there, but the new crew is on, so hopefully we're out here. Here's Laurel. Not much of a town to it, near Billings. So this is the MRL and BNSF joint owned Laurel yard. It's a pretty big yard. You got 5 directions out of here. You got Helena to the west, and then you've got southbounds to Casper and Denver. You've got eastbounds to Sheridan and Lincoln and KC. You've got other eastbounds that go a little further north to Minneapolis. And then you got a northbound to Great Falls as well. And now that I think of it, I think there's somewhere out there, there's a branch off to South Dakota too, way far east of here. So it's a lot of oil traffic in and out of here. You got a refinery in Billings. I think there's a refinery on the other side of the yard. Stopping right by the freaking yard office. I don't less and less enjoy this great complete stop. Look at these guys. This is not what I like. I don't think they care about this. All right, they're walking past. Unless I'm interested in these moments here. Look at this. You got this chick here, right on the ground there too. You better hope this thing isn't gonna get checked here. All right, we're on the move again here. This is the worst track ever to be stopped on. They come in here by that yard office. I mean, I don't even know. And the cops in this town, they're close. This is a small town. Please, let's go, please. Get me out of this spot. Get me out of this spot. There's guys everywhere. They got guys like this in the ATV. All over the place. Okay, we're moving. East edge of the yard here, that bridge. Good place to hang out. And then over here, this here goes to Great Falls, this track to the left, and they pull out slow here. That's a great run up there. Not this time of year. Passing through Billings, Montana here. Not much going on in this town, honestly. It's really not even worth stopping in once. It's been a slow trip so far. I've been gone about 18 hours and I'm 300 something miles east. That's why when I talk about losing interest in this is, I don't have the desire to do this and spend this kind of time much longer on this kind of thing. Who are these guys? What are they doing out there? That's Billings. Stobe the Hobo. I'm getting close to Sheridan, and I'm deciding right now if I'm going to stay on to Gillette or get off there. Basically, this coal empty here, this is going to the mine district, which is past Gillette a little bit, and then on a fork, this train is going to fork off and go south there into the mines. Obviously, I don't want to do that. That doesn't help getting stuck in the mine. So I'm going to need to switch to a through train that's going to go past the mine district and down towards Lincoln. That train is the Pasco, Kansas City. That's the one General Manifest train a day that runs on here. So at some point I got to get off. I'm either going to do Sheridan or Gillette. I've been to both places a ton of times, so I don't care that much. It'll be one or the other, and then hopefully I can get the Pasco, Kansas City train and stay on it to Kansas City. That's my intention. That's if it's not too slow. If it really takes its time, I may have to get off somewhere on the line to get more supplies, but the goal is going to be one stop here and then another train all the way into KC. As you approach Sheridan, this is the Bighorn Mountain Range here, which is one of the more interesting ranges. It just kind of pops up in the middle of Wyoming. It's very remote wilderness back in there. Incredible amounts of snow up in the Bighorn Range right now. I'm gonna get off in Sheridan. I don't know who that guy is driving up there. I thought they were coming to check in here, but he drove right past. Let's get off, maybe get some supplies and get back on another train. Here we are in Sheridan. This is definitely one of those spots where if you don't know the area in advance, you might not know that this is the stop, because we're just out here in the countryside still, but the front end of this train is up at the yard office. I'm just gonna wait until something shows up that's going through Gillette and past the fork at Donkey Creek Junction to the mines and get that. Hopefully I can get one or two more and be in KC by Friday is the plan. Today's Wednesday. It'd be really nice if the guy who owns this house happened to be a fan of Stobe the Hobo and would let me just post there rather than having to walk in, because down here there's an overpass where I can sit and wait, but the reality is that where these DPUs are, all the way back here, I'm gonna have to be back there, which is kind of frustrating. Look at this, this is the same guys from last time, walking under the train car, same place. Interesting, they're not scared. They're not too timid. Same spot as in that last video I was here. Maybe it's the same ones. Oh, they all look like youngins. None of them look full grown. What's going on? I'm just walking around Sheridan here, looking like a obvious total homeless bum with this outfit on. I just got some more supplies, got some food. I think it's a good time to, discuss what it's like being out here on the road concept. I mean, this isn't bad, and I'm not lamenting. I mean, honestly, I think it'd be a lot more fun to stop at a place like this on a road trip. It can get pretty lonely out here. This place right here I was in 2 years ago. I went in there and I just had my camera out. I just had it out, wasn't pointed at nobody, and these biker guys saw the camera and they flipped. I thought my life was in danger. 2 or 3 guys, black leather vests, surrounded me. What are you doing with that camera? And then they were positive. They were sure that I had already been filming, and I opened it up and I'm like, look, there's nothing in here. There's nothing, no evidence that I've been recording. Didn't matter, it took about a half hour to get them talked down. There were guys grabbing pool cues. Truest stories there is. So Sheridan and Wyoming, I would just say, in my opinion, is, not the most cosmopolitan place and state. You got this nice rowdy western looking main street here where I'm sure there were a lot of gunfights and, you know, hangings in the square and all that stuff back when this was the Old West. It's definitely really as Old West as you can get. This is probably the most cowboy place here. The Mint Bar. There's a lot of guys with cowboy hats on there. And I don't know. I definitely would recommend doing a road trip to Wyoming, wherever you live, at some point, and doing Yellowstone. You could stop here, go through the Bighorn Range. It's totally worth it. It's scenic. It's Old West. There's rodeo stuff going on. Oh, look at this. I could have seen Dwight Yoakam if I'd got here 2 hours earlier. That's today, February 15th. You know, a lot of people think, oh, you must meet all these people and you must do this and that. It's not really like that. I look like a genuine homeless guy right now walking around. Honestly, walking around with this hoodie, I kind of feel like Deadpool with the thing on. Just like, you know, I don't really want to show my face when I'm wearing this outfit because it just totally comes off like I'm sleeping under a bush, which I am. And then you might think, oh, you could probably meet all kinds of different hot chicks out there and, you know, impress chicks with all these stories, but that's definitely not the case. I think a lot of women just have a natural instinct about guys who like trains, and they're probably right, honestly, in having some suspicion. I mean, the ratio of dudes to chicks who watch Stobe the Hobo, it's like 99.5 guys to every one chick. It's basically guaranteed no faster way to turn off a chick than to tell them that you're into trains, and then telling them that you go around on cargo trains is pretty much the absolute kiss of death, I would say. All right, well, this sums up Sheridan. I'm gonna go get some more beer, and I'm hoping that train I heard on the scanner is approaching from the rear. It's time to make tracks. I'd like to make a significant push tomorrow towards KC. I'm interested in seeing where I am in 24 hours. I think I can make it to Lincoln if I got the right train tonight. We've got a horseman here riding right through town with these dogs. That's pretty interesting. What's the story with any interesting backstory here?
It was an adopted wild Mustang. I've had him for a year. He just became mine in October.
From BLM land?
Yeah, from BLM land down in Rock Springs. I adopted him off.
Beautiful.
From BLM.
A wild Mustang.
Wild Mustang, yeah. We're out riding him bareback. He wants to eat, so he thinks he got treats.
That's terrific. And there's a lot of guys like you and Sheridan probably, right? With the whole cowboy.
Well, I don't know. There's
thing
not a
all
lot of
over
guys like me anywhere. I'm one of the most unique characters you've ever heard right across. I better go.
That's far out. A lot of interesting things going on here.
People at a competition, so the best out of 100 get to compete. I took 28th.
So this guy was wild.
Yeah, he was a wild Mustang a year and a half ago.
He seems
Now I'm riding him without a bridle.
very pleasant now. I'm just
Ain't got
hungry.
dogs
I don't have any.
alongside him.
I don't have any horse
Next to a
skin.
train track, next to a truck place.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. He's standing pretty all right.
If he was a wild, you know, BLM horse.
Yeah, he's 4 years old now. He was captured when he was 1 and put in a holding pen with 800 other horses. I picked him out of 800 horses.
Now, silly question. What does Mustang mean? That's
Wild horse.
Wild horse, yeah. And you got these dogs.
They're all adopted too. They were throwaways.
Who would throw this? Who would throw this guy away?
They threw him away when he was a puppy. I just happened to grab him.
Who would throw this one?
They threw
That's
this
cute.
dog away. So everything's been a throwaway. I take him, put them together, and make something out of them.
Terrific. All right, well.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, you too. My name's Jim. Have a good rest of your day.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Walking around Sheridan.
I will, yeah. Looking at the tags under the bridge here. It's the usual stuff. I can't tell who's Meaning what? If these are serious threats. FTRA stuff. FTRA, I mean, I haven't had a problem with them. Here's a good one here. If you know Wingman from the show. 2008. I was part of the trip in Attack of the Stobe Hobo, but I didn't make it this far. It's Thursday, and I'd say things have slowed down. I'm delayed. There's no way I'm going to make it to KC tomorrow. It's impossible. Even if I got like a priority train, which doesn't run on this. Everything's pretty slow. But this is look at this. It's t-shirt weather, finally. So that's all it took, just getting out of Montana. This has been a mistake in the past to drink this, but it's so far going okay according to plan. It's this nice tropical flavor that just warms me up, thinking about those tropical islands where the pineapples grow. When I'm up here surrounded by snow and misery. It's a really long walk to the liquor store from here. So I think I'm ready for a pretty long ride. I got this jug of wine here. I got another tall can. My goal is to stay on the next train to KC. The Pasco, Kansas City train is going to be coming in at some point. Oh, look at this. We got a stack train coming in. This is the Portland to Alliance, Texas double stack train coming through here. It takes an interesting route. I think it goes through the coal mine district. Not a lot of cars. I don't see any rides either. Oh, this train is not going to get me to KC, but I could get to Gillette on this train, which is the next stop over. I'm debating it. I'm trying to think of how close the liquor store is in Gillette versus here, because I'm gonna have to get off again in 100 miles, but I'd kind of like to just get moving. This is a tough call. There's rides right here. It'll be a fast ride to Gillette, but it won't get me to, it's just not gonna get me to KC any faster. Now I could take a different route to KC. It's not gonna get me to KC any faster. It's just gonna be in Gillette instead of here. I think I'm gonna pass it up. It would be an impulse decision to get on, and the reality is that Gillette, the spot, look at this spot. This is decent. You got gas stations right there. Gillette, the spot is a lot further out of town. So I'm just gonna stay put here. Well, it kind of gets redundant to just show the amount of time wasted hanging out for the train in each town. So, but I just gotta say, this is what is basically making me not interested in doing this. Is just a simple waste of time. I got here 24 hours ago, and I'm trying to get a General Manifest freight. There's only one a day that goes to KC from here. No sign of it. This is the biggest problem I have with the train thing. It's just too much time. You know, I don't want to wait here for 24 hours, and it's just I don't have the time for that anymore. All right, finally eastbound out of Sheridan. Way too long a wait in this town. I was here 28 hours and absolutely nothing came until this. I'm basically just gonna get in bed and hopefully wake up a lot further east of here. It's time to pick up the pace out. Just waking up here following morning in this gondola. It's just not really a terrific situation with all this wood. I don't know what these carry when they're full. I mean, is this just carrying wood, railroad ties? Because it's not exclusively that. Not even the Gillette train is parked here, probably just waiting for another one to go past. This lightweight bag is actually warm enough last night. Things are starting to warm up a little bit. I don't think it's freezing. I can see moisture on the ground. Yeah, maybe it is. It looks like it's ice. So I've gone about 93 miles since Sheridan. I'm hoping things will pick up soon when we get to Gillette. It's a lot busier line, and hopefully they got more sightings and stuff. Can make faster progress. This is Gillette, and I'm just gonna stay on the train for sure. Gotta get moving, make up for some lost time if that's even possible. Gillette. It's definitely not the best a man can get, Gillette. This is not the best car because you can say it's not great, but I actually am pretty comfy here because I got cardboard. I got enough stuff to kind of make a little bed here, and hopefully we'll get out of town. I can stand up and stretch out and stuff, but right now it's going right through town. It's not a bad stop in the summer, and the weather is warming up. I think it's about 50 out. All I really need to be not miserable. Got this pretty cool bridge here. If the bull wanted to find me, he could be in there, but he's not. There's the downtown. So right here is Donkey Creek Junction, and up in there, that's the coal mine district. Those tracks forking off to the left. And that's a pretty interesting area with, I think, 13 coal mines. It's a huge coal train staging facility here at Donkey Creek Yard. Going on Edgemont here. The crew change is way out here. You can't even tell you're here. I am going to try to get in the engine because it's really not fun to sit on a car at 6 p.m. and it's dark in the winter. There's no scenery. All you can do is basically sleep. So I'm walking back here, and I'm gonna get on the engine. I just gotta say, you know, the bull, you know, the police, all that stuff, none of that is deterring me from being on the train, but I'm telling you, the trains are slower than they've ever been in my lifetime. I left Sheridan at 2 a.m., that's 220 miles from here. It's now 6 p.m. It's not worth the effort to do this. I'm absolutely not doing any of these lines again in my life. The last time I did this, it was way faster. As far as I can tell, BNSF, everywhere you go, except the Transcon, is getting slower and slower and worse, and it sucks. I just switched trains in Alliance, Nebraska. This one started pulling out right when we pulled in. So we're out of here. I was thinking of getting off and getting some food or some beer, but it's 2 in the morning. I just don't think anything's open. It's Alliance. I just want to keep moving. Alright, waking up here Saturday, and I'm really glad I switched trains onto this coal load. This thing seems to have more interest in getting somewhere than that last train. So this is getting close to Ravenna, Nebraska. Getting into already into where there's old corn stalks growing out. The western part of Nebraska doesn't have any corn. Definitely getting closer to Ravenna and Lincoln. Milepost 218. I guess that's still a ways to go, but that's probably to Lincoln, that's my guess. So we've been going down a pretty decent length hill. I think all the way from Alliance. If you look here at the controls, you got this brake, that's dynamic brake. We're going 50 mph and he's braking. That indicates this is pretty steep here. So yellow is brake, and then if it's green, that means your throttle. And at 50 mph with the brakes, that's how it's been for hours going down this steep hill. So the elevation has got to be dropping fairly dramatically. Went into Ravenna, Nebraska. This is the crew change. I don't know why they picked this town. It's a tiny town. There's absolutely nothing going on here. And this is the one they picked. It's not even close to halfway between Lincoln and Alliance either. But this is it. I wouldn't say there's any point to get off here. I've been seeing big strings of engines parked. There was a bunch in Docky Creek, and there's a bunch here. And maybe other places that I didn't see, but I'm just wondering if that means something as far as traffic being down. These are older vintage level engines, SD70 MACs. I wouldn't say vintage, but they're older than the one I'm in, so maybe they're just retiring these or mothballing them or something. Alright, we're coming into Grand Island, Nebraska right now. It's one of the bigger, still kind of small sized towns in Nebraska. I believe it's called Grand Island because the North Platte River comes through here, and there's a big island in the middle of the river here. So we're coming in, we're going to cross over the Union Pacific overland route line in a second here, and then it's straight into Lincoln. I think I'll have a layover in Lincoln, but Lincoln to KC is pretty easy. I'm not gonna hang out. Next train out of Lincoln, but I'll probably be there a couple hours. This is the UP east-west overland route we're going over. That's a really busy line at Grand Island there. It's pretty nice in the summer. You got lightning bugs, and you got the North Platte River. This time of year, it's still kind of grim. I wish it was nicer. Still got months to go till summer, which is kind of lame. This is the North Platte River. This comes in from Wyoming. You got the South Platte in Denver and the North Platte from Wyoming, and they meet up somewhere west of here. And here it is in Grand Island, Nebraska. It's helping my spirits seeing there's no ice dams. None of that was on the Yellowstone a couple days ago. It looks like things are moving in the direction of warmth as we get further south. Obviously, we're not going to see green leaves on the trees for another few months. Just so it's clear, I leave the DPU, basically so no one knows anybody was in here, and that's the only behavior that I think is acceptable with the train, the engine, everything. There should be zero problem causing to the railroad with behavior, because they're the ones giving us a free ride. We gotta stay out of those guys' hair. That beeping doesn't mean anything. That's been going off for hours. So don't disrespect the railroad. The ride is the only thing we're getting out of this. We're not punks. There's been a lot of talk recently about a coal. There's not a lot of coal going on. I don't think that's the case with Powder River Basin coal, which is all this coal. There's a lot of trains coming through here, and it seems like as much as I've ever seen. I've been riding on this line on and off for 10 years. It's definitely not done here. There's a lot of coal running on this line. I'm on a coal load. I've been passing empties every, on average, I'd say 2 an hour going up to the mines from here. So the main problem going on here is that I'm starting to run low on wine. Look at that. That's like about cashed. The good news is we should be approaching Lincoln, and there I hopefully can find a Casey's and get some more beer and some pizza. Look at all these coal. There's no coal issue here on this line. Whatever people are talking about, it's not applying to this line. All right, coming into Lincoln. If you watched the Denver to Lincoln episode, I came in on the other fork at the west edge of the Lincoln yard. Now I'm coming in on the northwest fork. You can see the state capitol, little tower down there. It's the state capitol, Nebraska state capitol. Just about time to get ready and get off. I want to be off the train before we get into the yard. The train stopped a little bit outside of the yard. I'm just gonna make sure, leave no trace ethic here. Looks good. Never make a mess, never do anything to let them know you're in here. And I'm gonna walk the rest of the way into town. Don't forget to throw that away. That could get somebody in trouble. It's warm now. I may jettison one of my jackets for good. It's too warm to even be out, honestly, walking around with anything other than a t-shirt on. And that's that. Off the property in Lincoln. Gonna walk in. I need some exercise anyway. Oh, here we are back in Lincoln. I am famished. My goal is to be here long enough to get food and beer and to go to KC. I have no intention of hanging out here at all. I've been here tons of times and I don't want to be here more than a couple hours, and hopefully that'll be the case. There's a good amount of trains that go to KC from here. Probably 8 or 9 trains a day going south to KC, so it shouldn't be too much work. So if you get pulled off, I mean, there's the yard over there. They just take you right here. I mean, at least it's close to the track, so when you get out of jail or whatever, you can just get back on the train. Seriously, the closest jail to a train yard I've seen. So I'm gonna have to do something a little out of character here and drink something without alcohol in it, because I'm gonna have to get a moving train next. I can't figure out how to get on a stop train in the Lincoln yard. So that means I'm gonna have to wait at the yard throat for one to come out and make a right turn to KC. It's not smart to get on a moving train with a lot of alcohol in your system, so I got beer for the trip, but for now, I'm sticking with this stuff. Of course, the one-of-a-kind Casey's pizza. That is so good. Not sure what the story is behind this place. Make America Grave Again. They got urns, they got headstones, everything in here. Trump memorials. Look at that. That's like a 3 or 4 year old tag. Look at that. Yes. So I'm down here. This is the east edge of the Lincoln yard, which is really the only place to get on if you ask me. The yard, it's hard to get into. Down here, you can tell which way the train's going. So that left there is either Chicago, or you could also go Sioux City. There's a fork, I think it's about 30 miles east if you go there. And then this is KC. In position, I'm gonna get on the next train that goes this way. I'm gonna have to get on moving, so I'm not drinking any beer right now. Hopefully the train will be here soon. All right, last leg of the first leg of the trip. I'm on a loaded coal going south to KC out of Lincoln. Hoping I'll be there in time to go to the bar. I got a guy pick it up, got the capital there. state's capital. We are out of Lincoln. Stobe south out. Right. It's the darkest hours of the night, and the train's about to pull into KC, the North KC yard. I'm not sure where this is. I don't know if we're in the city limits yet. Very close to North Kansas City. Look at that castle up there. Look at that old castle up on the hill. Alright, it's time to get off. It's been fun on here. We're in Missouri. So we're still not in the yard. It's like 3 or 4 miles out. This is why it pays off to have logistics provided by a YouTube fan. Because ordinarily, I just have to sit on this thing and wait until he gets his ass in gear. But we got a YouTube fan providing logistics. So I'm getting picked up by Justin. Nice to meet you.
Oh yeah, man.
Thank you very much. And, it's good to have logistics. Alright, gonna have some Kansas barbecue. We're supposed to do here in the Kansas City area. It is a monstrous barbecue sandwich. Enjoy after eating canned ravioli for 3 days on the train coming down here. You got 3 layers in there: pork, turkey, and I can't remember what the other one is. Absolutely the best sandwich ever. Her near KC. This is not one of those touristy places. This is just hole in the wall on the side of the road, and that's what you want to be looking for. Down here at the Missouri River, this train here, you're saying this is going into the GM plant here, right?
Yep, GM Fairfax.
You work there, basically.
The home of the Chevy Malibu.
Deliver cars to dealerships from there, kind of thing?
Yep, just all around the Midwest out of Kansas City.
That's
All
pretty
Chevy
cool.
and GMC dealerships.
Gets to drive around every day to different cities. So you got the Missouri coming in from the north, and the confluence here, that's Lewis and Clark. And then this is the Kansas, but everybody calls it the Kaw River, I guess. In this river, what do you think about that?
You could probably do it, but I wouldn't advise it.
Yeah, there's a fragrance coming off of it. It's not pleasant unless you're some kind of bacteria. Lewis and Clark stopped here at some point. I guess that's a big deal. Also, Stobe the Hobo stopped here in February of 2017. There's the Union Depot. This is the BNSF Transcon Chicago to LA mainline ex Santa Fe, so it's pretty busy with stack trains, probably 5 or 6 a day each way. There is no shortage of trains down here by the Amtrak station. Look at this, there's non-stop trains. So this is the BNSF Argentine yard. This is enormous. way out in West Kansas City, Kansas. They're building probably 20 departures a day out of here. Different destinations. Now this is the Transcon ex-Santa Fe main line here at Argentine. So you can see, you can get on the train here. This is way far from town. That's downtown KC. This is at least a 5-mile walk here. Station right here, where all the mainline through trains are gonna stop and refuel, and then in here, this ginormous departure and staging yard. Trains to Oklahoma City, Dallas, Tulsa, out this way, as well as maybe Fort Scott. Then this way, you got Chicago with the stack trains. And then you've also got, I think, Springfield, a couple other places. It's everybody's friend there, the bull. Hello, bull. Hope you're having a good day. Wow, that's beautiful. So this is Eudora, Kansas. They do have a beer store, so that's fortunate. What's the main activity here in this town?
Pretty much go down to the local tavern, which is coming up on our right. Either that or go to another town.
Yes. Is that it there?
Yeah.
Interesting Midwest sunset through those treetops there. Here's home base here, Casey's. Does this one have pizza here?
Oh yeah.
Not all the Casey's have pizza, I found out recently. There's gotta be haunted houses in this town. Look at that. Look at this one. So you're a Kansas native, huh?
Yep. Born and raised.
Is there any kind of Kansas pride thing here? Like there's Texas pride, you know? Like...
Not really. I mean, there's big pride in the sports teams. You know, Chiefs, Royals, KU, K-State. There's a lot of pride with that. A lot of people that support them that didn't even go there. You know.
What do people here do for recreation?
A lot of people canoe or kayak the rivers, stuff like that. Go to bars.
You work at the auto distribution center where they load auto racks.
Right, General Motors assembly plant.
There's a nice graveyard there. There's a couple tracks through here. You got BNSF coming through here. This is just a secondary main for the scam track and a couple extra trains maybe. It's not the Transcon main, but it meets up with that this direction. And then like a mile that way, you got the UP main going KC to Harrington, El Paso. That's super busy. It's absolutely blitzkrieg through here. Look at that, 65 speed limit. I think people with an eye for artistic, you know, more subdued settings would find a lot of Kansas pretty interesting, especially this time of year. Look at this. Look at this setting right there. You got that green light. You got the tracks disappearing around into those trees. Permission to proceed into the sunset has been granted. The biggest issue preventing this from being basically an amazing area is that the water is nasty. Look at that. You don't want to swim in that, or it's probably leeches. Probably all kinds of snakes and stuff once it starts getting warm. Thought for a long time that the Midwest is one of the more underrated areas, because when you get out here, you could walk down this track all day long. You got this water here, you got forests, a lot of interesting history with Indians and the Underground Railroad, as well as the above ground railroad. In this direction is Lawrence, which is like 7 miles. You got a college and a little more activity going on there than right here. I really like this old architecture around here. These old white clapboard houses. Got this old church. Nothing going on in there anymore. Just a lot more atmosphere and interesting vibe in these towns here than in the new crap suburbs that they're putting up. I mean, all the new architecture today is just garbage, cheap suburb schlock. And you come to a town like this, there's actually personality. All kinds of different spirits, interesting things that have gone on over the last 100 years. It's nice to see, you know, traces of American individualism still in these streets. It's the darkest hours of the night. I'm getting dropped off here by Justin. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
For everything.
Hope everything goes good, man. Have a good trip.
Been on Stobe the Hobo here in KC at the Union Pacific Neff Yard. Been hanging out in KC with a very generous happening viewer, which is always fun. Having a real bed and not having to basically live like an animal for a couple days. So I'm trying to go east to St. Louis. It's complicated. I don't know which train to look for in this yard. There's junctions past the yard. So I'm not sure what's going to happen, honestly. If I go the wrong way, I think it's Little Rock, possibly Arkansas, it's possible, Fort Worth. I've kind of got an itinerary planned out with another viewer in St. Louis. The thing is, it'd be nice to just get on the next train and get out of here. And I got to figure out which one is the right one. Here at the hump yard, they're humping cars. So I think it should be something pulling out of this yard, going that direction. But as far as which train, I don't know. I don't know which one it is. All right, so what's going on? If you could see that stack, I thought they were gonna come in on this side. He's coming in over on this side. I don't know if he's already crew changed or not. He's gonna go pretty soon. I need to get down and get on that. And I hope they're not carrying down in this crew office. This new bag I have, look at this thing, it's monstrous. There's no good reason to be walking around with this bag. If he stops, I'm gonna make this train. I'm thinking he's gonna wait for the Amtrak. It's good to know your local Amtrak schedule. Ridiculous. Some people set up a camp, hang out for days by the tracks. That's not me. It's time to get out of here. I got dropped off an hour ago. I'm ready to go. I just heard brakes. I'm in position. I hope there's a rideable car. It's got a DPU. You got guys parked here. Nobody's in that truck. I see rides right down there. If you hang out here, this looks like it's still off the property. Things are gonna speed up here soon. They're cutting cars off. They're cutting the back of the train off here. I think most of the train should continue. Up, they cut off a couple cars that they're putting in the KC yard. There's the train. I can't tell if this thing's breaking up in the yard here. I just may get on and end up going forward 10 feet and then backing up again. It's here. I mean, once you duck in here, you're pretty much good. So he's airing up. Does that mean the thing's out? What does that mean? He's just backing up. I don't know what's going on. This new Bush copper logger is decent. On your underlines, kind of how it works every time I get to a yard, if I have it rode in or out of the yard, I've got to figure out what's going on. And what I think is going on is that this stack train came in, is cutting off a big block in the intermodal yard, which is right down this road. He's gonna add some cars and he's gonna continue. The train's not breaking up. He's been here long enough, I can tell that. But I didn't know that for a while. So that's, you know, it takes time and observation every time you're here. Fortunately, I got here and the train was here pretty much, so I didn't have to spend a lot of time. But what if I got here last night? This could have been the first thing I've learned since getting here. Pack, look at this. This is absurd. This is absolutely absurd how big it is. I don't know if it's gonna fly long term. I mean, look at that. That's enormous. There's absolutely no way to hide that thing in any kind of small area. Now the camo is good. Eastbound out of KC. Oh, there's a guy parked. I hope he can't see me. I don't think he can see me. Wow. This new pack is freaking tough to get on with. Stobe the Hobo. About about to pop a top. Another cold beer. Leaving KC here. That's the UP engine facility. So a lot of tracks going in a lot of directions here. This KCS switcher. That's interesting. Canadian Pacific. Pretty sure that should be the BNSF Transcon above us there. There's another split here. I'm not sure which way that is. Milepost 277. We got the BNSF Transcon. I don't think we're getting on it, but it looks like we're getting right next to it. Not here, unfortunately. God, everything's so great because it's winter. It's really ugly right now. Alright, it's the BNSF, and we're splitting off to Jefferson City here. Reflection of the sky making this river look blue because it's actually brown when you see it without the sky reflecting on it. It's a gross, nasty brown color. Put a lot of mud in there. Well, I don't know if you believe in climate change or not, or who does it or whatever. I don't care. I mean, that's not the point. I just gotta say, it seems abnormal how warm it is for February. I mean, you got bugs, the gnats. I don't know if you can see the gnats on this screen here. They're showing up here. This is absurd. It's February, and we got gnats. That little rat bastard. One less gnat. It's kind of depressing, this landscape. I mean, it's dead as a doornail still, but it's 70 degrees out here. I mean, and I'm out of beer, which is even more depressing. It's so much nicer when it's green here. It's really kind of grim just looking at this solid, dead everything right now. Jefferson City, see that Capitol there? Train ain't slowing down. I wonder if this intermodal just goes straight through Jefferson City. Right here on the shores of the Missouri River. Right at the Capitol building. We are at the Capitol. There it is. Fairly exposed here. Just hoping nobody's seeing me. What's that guy doing with the camera on the train? Look at this, at the Capitol. The thing is stopping right here. Construction workers right there. I can't believe it's at this freaking building right there. The governor's gonna see me and call me in. I've been trapped. Look at this, the train is there. I'm here, I'm on the wrong side. I'll figure something out. I've never seen anything like this. You got the tracks and the river and the Capitol right here. I had no idea the city was like this. I hope I'm not trespassing right now coming up this hill. I need to get into the public. Stop looking so freaking suspicious. Here we are, just another guy sightseeing, checking out our nation's history. Isn't that nice? At this building here. Oh, you don't have gold, you cheapos. Where's the gold? I think this is the most convenient stop I've seen to go sightsee. There's not any long walk into town. I almost wish it was a little longer because I mean, this governor building is looking right down at the rail yard. I'm gonna try to go sightsee. I'm trying to get this mud off my boots from walking around in there. But I'm gonna go check out the inside. Looks like you can go in here. Definitely interesting being here with all these politicians, because I just, came in here on a train, and these are the people who made the law probably about that in the state. There's a lot of work going on, a lot of bills getting passed, a lot of other guys actually walking around carrying bags like this, except instead of cameras, they're full of cash. I am not kidding. This is facing basically directly down onto the tracks. Overall, I'd give this Capitol maybe a B-. There's not any beer for sale in it. There's not any gold. And I'd say compared to the Montgomery one, if you watch that episode, this is about half as cool. It's just stone. Look at this. It's just nothing but stone in here. Blah. I don't know if it's just the budget or what. You think they could do something with that dome other than dull, barf-colored cement. You got the state penitentiary here. However, I think it's closed, as this is talking about the gift shop. You got these limitless views of the river here. You got this state penitentiary. This is shut down now. These limestone cliffs all over the place. I don't think this is the Ozarks. I think we're north of it, but you could see on the ride a lot of cliffs and sinkholes and really soft kind of rock stuff going on. Look at that. You got the yard right there where the inmates played basketball. This big brick thing. Unfortunately, tours are closed for the season. Really an interesting enough town to come and hang out for at least a day. Train yard, prison yard. These are some old ass graves in this pioneer cemetery. Got that guy. 1810 on that. It's totally fenced off. mossy old covered graves. So I'm here with Will and Ethan, some of our fans.
Greetings.
They're youngins. What are you, 22 and?
Both 22, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're gonna get some beer. I don't have to buy them beer. That's, you know, I thought they were underage when I met them.
Max playing drums back about 3 or 4 years ago.
Wait, back there in the green van.
yeah,
that was,
What is the mission of playing here in this spot?
Oh,
You're
well-
not really busking, are you? Are you trying to get tips or like?
Oh, I might get enough to cover drumsticks, maybe, because I just bought
Yeah.
another $30.
Those look new. Are those 5As? Yeah.
Well, I got 3 sizes in there.
5B,
So look what I do to my sticks.
Yeah. My dad's a huge drummer.
Yeah, this dude's a percussionist.
He did the soundtrack to that New Orleans one.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
Something should go.
We're ready to rock here at the Jefferson City gas station.
In my truck, I got.
Actually, right at the steps of the Capitol, just right down the hill at this gas station. So, how long have you?
That was it.
Do you come out here every night and do it at this
Every
parking
night,
lot?
no, but every night I can, yeah.
That's cool. This bowl has a good tone. So that's not designed for sound. But cool. Thanks for showing us. Ethan is fixing to go along to St. Louis.
Yeah,
I was about to say St. Loser.
St. Louis.
Yeah. Getting the pack ready to go. He's unemployed, just like I am these days, so
For years, man.
we're fixing to get the next train after we finish this beer. It's local. It's made in Springfield. It's probably the only good quality anything coming from Springfield, Missouri. Ethan is going to disguise himself as a conductor with those overalls on.
Exactly.
What goes on in this city here? You've got this Capitol building that just dominates
I mean,
the entire city. Any direction, it's all you can see.
my first job was at being a waiter at a restaurant around the corner from this Capitol building, and so I got a pretty good look at what goes on in there, and it's just a bunch of assholes in expensive suits, just like bantering, I assume.
So they were poor tippers, you're saying?
They were very poor tippers, and they were rude. And whenever Senate was in session, we would be really
which is
busy.
now, right?
Yeah.
Isn't
Yeah.
it just started? This club up here or something. We got a little
Way up.
hip little yuppie restaurant there.
Got the yogurt shop.
Yeah, Maximum Yuppie coming up here at Cork and
Cork.
Cinema.
Oh yes, an independent theater.
Giannis Coffee Zone. So Ethan here is going to tag along. This is your first trip.
Hi, it is. I am very, very excited.
So you're from JC here.
Yep.
We're going to get on this. I got to start getting ready like right now. So Stobe the Hobo, an extra guest. Just going to STL. That's as far as he's going to go. They're fast crew changes at this place. But the ride's down here.
Sam Adams.
Ethan is already thrilled. Already at this point. These limestone cliffs here, I think, make this area pretty unique. Jefferson City. Obscured in fog, the top of the Capitol. There's the prison right there. There's a good view of it. The old Missouri State Prison. Looks like got a lot of barbed wire. Doesn't look like a fun place to be. Not prison. St. Louis. It's like 30 miles out. I'm not sure what's going to happen when we get into town. It's a really complicated rail situation. For local, I mean Missouri local, we're a ways from your hometown of JC. This is the Merrimack River, you're saying?
Yeah. Or
look at
that. The Merrimack and the Current split, but that's the spot
one,
float trips.
This is a clean looking river. It's not all muddy and gross like the Missouri.
Exactly. It's shallow too, and it feels good to canoe through or kayak through or whatever.
Yeah. We're stopped by this park. Well, we're not stopped. We just started moving. Look at that. Look at that jogger. Look at that jogger there.
Oh boy!
Hey, shut up. Creeping through this town. Get down. This is like almost to St. Louis. It says milepost 13, Kirkwood, Missouri. All right, so we're coming into St. Louis. We're out here in the suburbs, and we're kind of debating what to do here because we could get off here and take a bus.
I don't think the spot is good, but
I'll go with it if it doesn't stay here for too long. But the point is, neither of us want to go to East St. Louis. We've heard about it.
exactly.
We've heard it's not that great an area. So I don't know where this train is going to actually change crew here. You know, this is not the final resting place of the train, obviously. So I guess we're going to stick with it for now. Coming in at STL, you got the arch over there. It's about time to jump off, honestly. I don't really know where the thing's gonna stop. I'm gonna get off the train before it goes over the bridge. I'm not going to East St. Louis. I don't know what he's doing. The train gets, I don't know if it's gonna stop, but we're basically fixing to get out of here. Get off the train as soon as we can. I don't know what's gonna happen. I've got a beginner with me. I would have already been off the train right now. STL. We gotta wait till there's a place with no fence and we're gonna get off. Alright, There's the arch. I'm thinking he may not stop until he crosses the river, and we're just gonna have to. No. Hey, loser. Yeah, get over here. Move over here right now. Hey, left turn. I'll show you. Watch how I do it. I don't know. Get off. He ate shit. I don't know if you can see it. I think he's okay. He's okay. He ate shit. I ate shit. It's nothing. I got gloves. He's up. He's walking. DL, I need to get off the property. Gloves, good shoes, everything. It's okay if you just land a little bit rough. This is seriously happening. I just jumped off the train. You're not gonna believe this. Look at that. I'm nice. God, am I up? Shit, I'm behind a fence on this thing. Gotta get out of here. Hello. Don't eat me. They're trained. Beautiful. Damage here.
Alright, you know, I fucked up my hands, my face.
That is nothing. You
Yeah,
have no
alright, yeah.
I have destroyed my palms.
Yeah,
Okay, let's get out of here. The St. Louis Carriage Company. I hope that getting off the train, I ended up on the ground. It was either that or go to East St. Louis and over the bridge, which I didn't want to do. Everybody's cool.
Yep, all good except for a few bashes in the face.
I don't think anybody saw it, but that was amateur hour. That shouldn't be repeated. What happened there? Oh, this is STL though. Might go over to the arch, see what's going on there. A couple other things. So you got Cardinals Stadium, and you got the St. Louis Arch. That's it. That's the St. Louis Arch. This is St. Louis. I don't know why they got this Capitol Dome style building here, because that's not what this city is. Super hot. I don't get how it's this hot. It's got to be 75 degrees. It's February. This is St. Louis. You got this arch, and you got Big Muddy here. Mighty Mississippi, which you've seen in other episodes. Nothing really exciting about St. Louis. It seems like the geography and the geology kind of changes, because once you get into Illinois over there, it's pretty much just flat and boring. And coming in here, there's a lot of cliffs and windy turns on the river. But if you look at this, it's just flat, and the hills and stuff are kind of done over there. So once again, it's kind of grim time of year. There's not anything green. You'll see in the mighty Mississippi. Obviously, if you're into Mark Twain, this is something that'll interest you. I think the next city down there is Memphis, and then going north. I'm trying to think of the next major city. It goes through quite a few little ones. Like obviously, Minneapolis is one. All right, well, Ethan's taking off. He was just along for a little bit.
Going to the scam track. I'm gonna ask a cop for directions. Where the hell did he go?
Anyway, have a good.
Yeah.
See you next time.
Yeah, I'll see you around. Dude, thanks for taking me along. I really.
Sure. See you around. Peace. From St. Louis, this concludes this episode of Stobe the Hobo. See you on the next episode. East St. Louis CSX yard. This is what it looks like. So the problem going on here, there's a fork. You got this fork at the east edge of the yard, somewhere out there. I'm not sure where it is. Where trains go to Cincy or Indy. I want to go to Cincinnati, however, if it ends up in Indy, I know I can go to Cincy from there. Not sure what's going on at this yard yet. It looks like they're building the trains here. They're backing them in. They're building the trains at the gateway yard, which is somewhere over by the arch. And then they're backing them into these tracks here, and I'm sure they're gonna pull out going east, because CSX doesn't go west out of here. This is the end of their territory. Look at this, you got turkeys walking around here right by the yard. Thanksgiving. I don't know what the rule is on hunting in here, but you got this old, I don't know what this cabin does here at the edge of the yard. I can't tell if it's in use anymore. Nobody's parked here. There's a lot of tracks and a lot of directions out of here. So go in this direction. This is east. It's either Cincinnati or Indianapolis. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. This cabin might still be in use. It looked like there's possibly activity there. I'm not gonna try to hang out around that area. You got a stack train going on. As far as I know, these all take the Indianapolis fork to the East Coast, like New Jersey. As far as I can tell. I don't think they would go to Cincinnati. That said, I may just go any direction out of here to get moving, which is better than just hanging out for too long here. Also got another guy who's gonna come for some of the trip. His YouTube name is Brian Davis. Maybe you've seen him put a comment on one of my videos before. He's hunkered somewhere around here. There's a ton of turkeys around here. All throughout the bushes, look at that. So I'm gonna be going with a YouTube viewer here. This is Brian Davis, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yeah. He's got his own channel on there too. So he's commented on some of the videos. We're debating what to do. I was just saying that there's 2 or 3 trains fixing to leave, but I couldn't tell you where they're going, so.
We'll figure it out when we get there.
Yeah, I mean, we could gamble and just get on a train. If it goes to Indianapolis, like, we can deal, I think we can deal with that, because you can get a southbound from there. Turd air. I think it's the left track. I'm looking at the signal. It's all red. We're in position. We may have to cross over this. On that signal, as soon as anything changes, we get on. So just to point out, we don't know where this train, all right, I know possible places. There's a fork out of here to either Cincinnati or Indianapolis. However, what happened last time I came through Illinois, if you watch Illinois, Toledo, Chicago, the train split off onto another railroad's tracks. And the point is, this could go onto a different railroad's tracks. There's many options that could happen. The thing is, if you look at the one railroad's map, this is CSX, you can kind of get an idea possible ways. But what you can't account for is if this splits onto another railroad's track, which I don't think will happen, but that happened last time I came through Illinois. I started on UP, it split onto CSX, and it ended up on Norfolk Southern. There's no way to account for that option, which means when we wake up in the morning, I don't know where we're going to be. What these metal things are. I think they're coming from the bridge, but
Quite possibly.
Do you think they're from the railroad?
I don't know. I don't have a clue as to what the hell.
Yeah, I don't
I've
either.
never seen something like this, man.
Yeah.
Put it back where it came from.
Finally, it's like 9 p.m. and this train that's been parked all day is moving forward, so it's going to be a while till I know what's going to happen with this. What?
Did you think I would actually go this far?
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah? Cool. I told you I wasn't going to puss out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I sound arrogant and shit.
Oh, no worries. It's all good. Just came into the Avon yard, which is the Indianapolis area yard, which is quite a ways from Indianapolis. And got a lot of work to do to figure out how to get south from here, or southeast to Cincinnati. There's a fork to Louisville and Cincinnati. I don't know how to do it. I got no idea. Non-stop cars. I'm sick of these cars. Go to hell! This is complicated. This is a complicated looking situation. All right, we're splitting up here. Thanks for coming along. I'm gonna stay in bed here next to the yard. Going somewhere else. Safe rest of your trip. Yeah, see ya. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo here at the CSX Avon yard, which is Indianapolis area yard. It's way out of town. It's too far to walk into town. It's about a 10-mile walk, according to my understanding. And I got to figure how to get to Cincy from here. I don't know how to do that at this point. It's very clear that a lot of trains are leaving. But looking at my maps application on my phone, which is convenient enough, I don't see where the thing even forks off south to Cincinnati. I think a lot of these trains are just going east to Willard and on to New Jersey. Worst case scenario, I'm going to get Megabus. I'll get into town and I can get Megabus to Cincinnati, where I know I can get the train south to Florida that I missed last time I was there. All right, so down here at the East Yard Throat, and basically my understanding, looking at the CSX map, is that you got southbounds to Louisville and southeastbounds to Cincinnati out of here. But just looking around, I don't see any tracks forking off. It all just goes this way east for a while, meaning I can't figure it out of this yard. I'm looking at wimping out and just getting Megabus, 15 bucks. There's just no way to tell what's going on here. And I mean, for 15 bucks, I don't see why I would care that much when I'm just could be down there in 2 hours on a bus. That's kind of ridiculous. Look at this road. Look at how busy this road is, and tell me why you wouldn't have a local bus. You can see the skyline straight ahead. No local bus here. Ridiculous. It's like an 8 more mile walk. In addition to not having a local bus on the busiest street in the entire city, no cold beer either in the store here. So Indiana is definitely, it's a major gig against this place. I've been walking for about 4 miles. I want a cold beer, and it's not going to happen. And that's ridiculous. There's no local buses anywhere. I don't even think they have chicken in this deli at this ridiculous store. What's going on here in Indianapolis? I gotta be honest, I'm not impressed so far. I've never even heard of this concept till I got here, of no cold beer allowed in the gas station or the grocery. That's downright barbaric. You know, the malt liquor I drink, this stuff tastes awful warm. So, in addition to liking beer, I'm also kind of a snob. I'm not gonna drink warm beer. I'll just have to wait till I get to Ohio, which is a lot more reasonable. Overall, I really wouldn't recommend this as like a great stop on the train. Now, if you just ride through, it's fine, but I'm not seeing a reason. I mean, this yard is 11 miles outside of town. I would just say I'd stay on the train through here. You could get supplies, but it's hard to see an appeal to this place so far. I mean, look at this. That's downtown. There's still not a bus. What is wrong with this place? No, what is wrong with these people and this place? We're 4 miles on a busy street and there's still no buses. They don't have a local bus system here. All right, so I'm walking around and I got my new tour guide is James, right? Yeah. Deal with this place. Why is the bus so impossible to find? Why can't I get cold beer in the gas station? What's the problem? What's wrong with Indiana?
Well, the one thing is there's just a bunch of idiotic people that just don't know crap. I'm not from around here. That's just me.
What about Mike Pence? He's from here.
I didn't vote for no one this year. I especially wouldn't want a liar in this house. I definitely don't want a buffoon.
How many trains come through on this track, you think?
Oh, quite a few. Quite a few. One every 30 minutes at the most.
Why do you think they put the train yard so far that way instead of down here towards town?
Well, actually, the train yard's that way.
There's another train yard, okay.
You cross the street and
You're saying this is a dangerous city here.
yeah, we're on the top 10 most murderous city in the United States.
It's not good. Not a good situation.
That Burger King got, about a week and a half ago got robbed 2 times in one night.
That Burger King.
Yep. They had
Crazy.
the whole corridor locked off because of that. And then just like 2 weeks ago, this bus stop right here, we had a bus there.
This bus stop where I'm about
They
to go
had
sit.
a guy threatening with a gun, and they had the SWAT out there.
I'm gonna camp out near the train tracks, near the downtown. Are you saying that's an okay place to camp, or I mean?
Technically, no, I wouldn't do it. I really wouldn't.
I mean, I'll check it out, but
I'll say just be aware of your surroundings.
also what,
and,
a lot of junkies, a lot of.
yeah.
James is gonna be my tour guide around town. Here's the tracks. You're saying these are the main tracks coming through town. So that's not the Capitol building. You're saying? Where's the Capitol?
A little more further down that way.
Further down. I guess that's just the courthouse. So you got the Union Station. You got freights creeping through here. That looks like you could just catch right here on this bridge in town instead of going to the yard. You got the Colts Stadium where everybody's still sore about the Peyton Manning thing. So you can get on or off here, but you got this fence. So you're saying I could put my bag under this tree, and I shouldn't have to worry about anybody stealing it?
You shouldn't.
Okay.
Put it inside, like inside.
Let's try it. Does anybody want this incredibly, obnoxiously oversized bag? I hope not. Where the hell do we put it in this thing?
Toss that bitch in there.
Guaranteed right here, we are sharing the same land and soil with Mike Pence at some time. This is basically why Indianapolis hates Denver. It sums it up right there. Is there any point at all to living in this state?
Oh yeah, there's definitely.
There is.
Yes, there's definitely a lot of points. There's a lot of generous people here. We have a lot of food pantries that would help out a lot of the homeless people. We have a really good service when it comes to helping the homeless people. That's just one thing I know of.
Nice.
And just a couple of years ago, I was homeless, and they have helped me so much that I got back in my condition and actually moved on with my life and actually going to start my own family. So that's why I'm
starting your own family. Does somebody do? Is that what that means?
Yep.
You're gonna be a daddy.
Yeah, 20. Fuck.
You're gonna be a dad. You're saying there's like a kid. Somebody's pregnant with a kid.
Yep.
Right now.
Yep.
So we're going to the bus stop. We're splitting up here. Me and James. Thanks for hanging out. You look just like Jack Black, dude. Has anybody said that?
I've been called that, and I've also been called Seth Rogen.
I see more Jack Black. Have a good rest of your life.
You too.
Get a hold of me. Be in a new episode in April when I get back.
I will. I shall.
Peace. There's a decent little hip urban area here with non-corporate restaurants, which is cool. The most exciting place, but it's definitely not the worst city I've come into. I think it's better than East St. Louis, to say the least. There's definitely a kitsch millennial scene here if you're into that. Micro brews and distilleries. of people traveling through the United States, maybe from other countries or, you know, different circumstances, may encounter Greyhound, and I just like to point out in this video why Greyhound is so awful, with the hopes that they would improve their service. Because as it is, I just think it's a shame that this is what we're offering as our bus system across America.
When you come in the restroom, what do you expect? No mirror, nothing. Vomitous conditions in general.
Talk about another thing. Have you ever been to a vending machine where it doesn't tell you how much the things cost? Look at this, there's no prices on anything. How on earth are you supposed to buy this when there's no price? So you probably put in your credit card and you find out it's like $5 for it. It's preposterous. I've never even heard of this. Basically, the impression you get when you come to a Greyhound vending machine is they don't want to sell you anything. Look at this. Look at how filthy this machine is. It's absolutely nasty. And again, no price on anything, so maybe it's $10 for a bottle of soda. This vending machine, nothing. Doesn't tell you how much it is. The stuff better be up here, man. Yes. What the hell was that? This is actually, you know, this may seem inglorious. This is a nice bedding here. I mean, look at this. This is it's like that wood chip stuff. So, as long as we don't get any more rain, I think I'll be all right. Brian left his tarp. I got a tarp. This should work out swimmingly, I'm hoping. I'm giving up on trying to figure out the train. You got prison-style barbed wire surrounding the tracks in downtown. I'm beat. I'm just gonna go to bed. The great outdoors. Look at that. Beautiful. Catch you in the morning. Oh, you wanna talk about a change in the weather fast? Look at this. I had no idea it's gonna start snowing here. This is what I'm trying to escape. Nuts. Good thing I'm just getting the bus out of here. This is absurd. It's like the last time I was here in December all of a sudden. Snow swirling around. Crazy. It got cold fast. Yesterday I was like in the 70s as I was coming in, and now we got a snowstorm going on. We got this guy coming in. I'm just gonna basically say that this I give up on going out of this yard in any direction other than east-west. I have no idea how to go south. I have no idea how to go north. I'm not even gonna try. All right, I'm gonna get the bus. I'm whipping out. Not even a chance I'm gonna get on a train in this weather again. Well, this is the most dramatic weather change I've experienced in a couple years at least. It was 70 something yesterday. And we've got driving snow coming down. So $12 for a bus, it's not even a debate versus figuring out the train. About to get on and head south to Cincinnati. The interesting things here, I've never seen anything like this. You got this long shed. The trains go through this shed. They emerge here. It's about 300 yards long. And then they come out. And I think that might be the Cincy branch down there. Go pretty slow through this downtown area. I'm not saying necessarily you could get on, but you could definitely get off. So I'm on the bus pulling into Cinch here. Every time I take the bus instead of a train, it's kind of a disappointment. A piece of me dies inside every time. But again, for $10 and to not be out in the cold, I'm not going to complain too much. I'll give a free plug for Megabus. $10 to go 100 miles. So I'm going to hang out here with a viewer for a day or two. Then I'm going to head south and continue to Jacksonville. Not a bad town, honestly. It's a lot better than Indianapolis. Stark contrast
Indiana, you got ice cold beer, and look at these deals on beer. You got 99-cent Ice House cans, Honey Brown 99-cent cans. That's a decent beer. 99 cents for a tall can. In addition, finally we're in Yingling territory. Some other stuff, so thank God to be out of Indiana. Got a nice atmosphere here in the darkest hours of the night. It's a lot of history, and they haven't totally destroyed it in place of insipid new boring architecture yet. You still got a pretty fair share of old brick. If you haven't noticed, I'm really against conformity, and I'm into more esoteric, eccentric manifestations of creativity, like this school. It's probably a nightmare going to this school for the kids. This Catholic school, probably a lot of evil nuns in there. This evening, it adds a pleasant mood to the situation. What the hell is this place? What is this place, man? This over the Rhine section of town is kind of just like a really rundown, non-touristy French Quarter. It's got a lot of the same facade style buildings. I venture around Cincinnati in the darkest hours of the night. I'm pretty impressed with the unique, atmospheric architecture going on here. It doesn't seem like they're in a big rush to tear everything down. There's a lot of German background here, so that explains this Alpenhaus style. This clock tower peers down through the gaunt treetops over the city. You got, I think, what was a monastery. It's got a cross on top. Up on this hill, Mount Adams over the city. Perched high atop this peak. It's a pretty decent view. You got the Ohio River down there. You got bridges. The rail yard, all that operation is well over this skyline, about probably 3 miles this direction. You got Covington, Kentucky, and then Newport, Kentucky here, and monastery overlooking everything, perched atop this hill. When in Cincinnati, come to Crowley's Highland House Bar on top of Mount Adams. It's got a great view. It's got nice people.
The official name is Crowley's Highland House Cafe.
So this is Josh, the bartender.
Hi, I'm bartending. One of the oldest liquor licenses on register in Hamilton County, but this is the oldest Irish Catholic bar in the city of Cincinnati. It was originally founded as a men's club, a social club. And through the years, it kind of just transcended from being just the social club into being an actual pub or a bar. It's been like that since probably the 60s, 70s. But back then it was really just a social club. Women weren't allowed in the bar. They weren't allowed to sit at the bar. They couldn't drink alcohol. They could only drink water. If they were in here, they had to sit at a table. You know, clearly over time that's changed, but not much else has changed. If you take a good look around.
Stobe the Hobo. This is the south edge of the CSX / Norfolk Southern Queensgate Yard. You got Cincinnati Union Terminal there that looks like a Death Star. Not really excited about tomorrow because I'm gonna have to get on a moving train. This could be one of the toughest yards in the country, and it's not because of security. The Norfolk Southern crew chain spot is gonna be behind these lifts for the intermodal. You got CSX main lines here, and it's inaccessible. There's no way to get in there whatsoever, night or day. The border of the yard is other tracks and this intermodal thing. The main lines are smack dab in the dead center of all this mess. And as you can see, you got an office here. So in other words, I'm gonna have to get on moving in the morning, and usually that's not a big deal. I've got this heaviest pack I've ever been carrying right now. It's gotta be 50 pounds. And that's going to be an unknown at this point, how that's going to work. They pull out slow. I'm trying to get a southbound intermodal that should be coming through in the morning. I'm not 100% sure I can get on the thing with my pack. So that should be interesting. I'm going to go hit the hay right now. It's about 3 a.m. So I'm not going to get a lot of sleep either before he comes in. I'm really annoyed right now because one of the straps on my pack just broke. It's trash basically now. The right shoulder strap has just broken off this big silly military spec pack, and I guess just as I've been saying, a lot of stuff that used to be good is now garbage, and this pack is now included. I'm not sure what that's gonna mean yet because it just happened, but it's not good. It may be the end of the pack. I've got my other one inside this pack. The train should be creeping out of the yard over this bridge at some point in the morning, and then we'll go from there. Well, in a series of unfortunate events, I missed both of the southbound intermodals that come through here in the morning. They're short. I couldn't even get the camera on. I was panicking. They're like 30 cars. And it was raining and I just couldn't get my stuff ready. Hopefully there will be a GM coming south on this line, but there ain't any other intermodals till tomorrow. So that's life. You gotta be on your game. This is a pro level yard to catch a train out of. This is absolutely outside the realm of your average beginner. Look at this. This is supposed to be, I thought this was a mil spec pack. Look at this. Completely ripped off here, and that doesn't show any promising sign that you could reattach it. This is garbage. I don't know how long I can one strap that pack. I've got my other pack in there, which means I'd have to jettison a fair amount of gear, which I may have to do. Definitely the lamest day of the trip so far. I missed the trains going south. My bag broke. The weather sucks. And these northbounds, they're all coming in like this. Totally a breeze to get on. You got CSX going south. That's slow enough. Now what I see here is we may have a southbound NS, which is what I want, creeping out. And if that's the case, I'm going to board it with the hope that we don't go the wrong way and go to Louisville. I don't think that's common that trains go that way from here, but it's not impossible. He's coming. Gotta just act casual. I really hope I can get on with this pack. Let's see what if I got rides. These damn cars! Ah! With this bag, it's too freaking heavy. That majorly sucks. I can't get on any of these things with this. There wasn't one. I would have had to put it on one car and get on another. This is really frustrating with this stupid bag breaking on me. This is like 5 minutes later and another train's coming. Trying to act casual once again. All right, round two. car. I never seen one of these. This stuff's hot. This is hot. This metal is hot. This could be the coolest ride I've ever seen in my life. Stobe the Hobo, peacing out. Cincinnati, this steel coils, they're hot. These are warm. These were just made somewhere in town. And I'm hoping what that means is I can crawl in and warm up. Really interesting turn of events. 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, I'd given up because I couldn't get on the train. And I'm on this train with these very warm, they're not hot yet. I mean, they're cooled off, but these are just made steel coils. It's the Ohio River, still bright, pretty cold and not swimmable. You can see the heat. There's heat coming off of these coils.
Yeah, I did that.
Covington, Kentucky here, not much going on. This is Kentucky. This is the first time I've gone into Kentucky on a train. I've kind of glanced off it a few times, but we're going straight into it now. This is not the kind of train that is going a long distance. This could be going, I don't even know, with just steel coils, it could be going to a factory right down here. So I'm a little concerned about that. I'm hoping it's not going to Louisville, and I just want to get as far as Danville and I can get off, hang out there, and then switch to another train tomorrow, which is the plan. I got no idea what's going on. I've never seen anything like this out west. I've never seen a rail car like this. Never seen a car like this at all. It's like a converted container car or something. Delicious. It's pretty warm in here. It's pretty chilly outside. It's a good deal. It's a very rare find. Intermodal yard somewhere near or north of Lexington, which I had no idea about. That is impossible escape with that barbed wire, and I'm glad I didn't get on a stack going south through here. I didn't even see this. I had no idea this existed. K-line, ridiculous. These coils are way hotter than other ones. This one, look at that. That's hot, which enables me to cook my favorite road food right now. Just gotta sit tight for 10 or 20 minutes and it'll be ready to eat. Kentucky. No sign that we're stopping. That's got to be a short line or something in there, because this train's not slowing down or stopping here. Probably the only time I'll ever see this place. Lexington, Kentucky. Greetings from Danville, Kentucky. Major stop outside of town. Finally got in here. Very interested to see what this place looks like in the daytime. I'm not sure what's going on, if this is some kind of mill thing. The fragrance coming out of here is amazing. It's like this sweet, malty smell. And I'm exhausted right now. I had to walk in a little ways. I'm just gonna hit the hay and check out the town tomorrow. There's a lot of cops driving around for whatever reason, but not because of me. What's going on here in Danville? This is looking like a possible problem because they're not all the trains are stopping, and there's a fork that is a significant one before the next crew change. It's either gonna go Knoxville or Chattanooga, and I gotta tell you, I don't know how to tell. I gotta go to Chattanooga, and the problem is that even that's not good enough. I mean, I need a train that's gonna go straight through because the general manifest is stopping, but if I do that, we got Knoxville as a possibility, and that's almost like bus time if I go there. If I end up there, I'm gonna have to get a bus. Got a historic vibe. Got these traditional Kentucky cabins here. There's not a lot going on right now in here, I'd say. I'm trying to find supplies, and I'm just finding old, weathered looking cabins from, I don't know, 200 years ago. This one's got a bell. I don't know how you ring it, but I hear business is good at this place right now. This nice college campus going on. Under this overpass in Danville. I think I'm just gonna overnight here, relax a bit. This is the ideal setting for hanging out, camping out. I couldn't really get a fire going, but you got a spacious bridge, no apparent heat on any of this. The beer store is close. I'm just gonna enjoy a solid day hanging out here and then peace out tomorrow. Delicious. This is ideal hobo conditions here, and I just got to take advantage. I'm going to set back the trip by a day, but it's just so nice under here, and it might rain, and I think I'm figuring out the yards. Out of nowhere, this incredible storm has just come up. I'm really glad I decided not to get on the train I just saw going south. Look at this. I hope this is going to clear up today. It's a mega storm. It's got thunder. I'm stuck here under the bridge. I ain't even going to try to get out. I don't have a raincoat. Yeah. Oh, forget it. This is the absolute worst weather to ride in. Snow, ice cold, it's not that big a deal. Heavy rain like this out in the open could be suicidal. Starting to make sense of the situation here. We got stacks are coming in. I don't know if all of them are refueling, but the ones out of Chicago are refueling here by truck, like this one. Norfolk Southern runs on a fairly tight schedule from what I can see. So leading the fleet, there was one earlier, that's going to be the 295, and I think this is the 215. I should be able to deduce the right train. I'm thinking if I get the first train in this morning fleet that comes in every day, I should be fine. I'm not doing anything now, I'm staying put until the rain stops, but I believe this should be doable. And then up behind here, you got nothing up there. Around that corner, just run and jump on. It's got non-stop people driving back and forth on it. I know I'm gonna stand out and probably get talked to by the cops. Just for not being in a car, it's seems weird to a lot of people, I think, to not be in a car these days. Over here, this yard has got a lot of activity. I got no idea what to make of it. Again, you got Forks to the north, either Cincinnati or Louisville, and then this way you got Knoxville or Chattanooga. There's no way to tell which way you're going unless you got inside info, and I'm still gonna be kind of guessing tomorrow, but I got a general idea I'll get the right train. I don't know how the hell you got water coming out of this rock, because this is above, this is as high as you get here. Well, I've been in Danville a little under 24 hours, and I can say it's definitely enough. There's nothing interesting going on here. There's not any nightlife. There's not a cool bar. There's really nothing remaining of whatever was interesting here. There's, you know, the little old historic looking buildings and this, but overall, when I wake up, I'm expecting the southbound to Jacksonville train to be coming in. And I'm gonna board it and maybe stay on the rest of the distance. I'm glad to see Kentucky. I've never been deep into Kentucky like this, but that's, you know, basically just saying I've seen it. I wouldn't say anything about this town is remarkable. I'd say honestly this is probably better to do on a road trip. I've heard there's some cool nature around here, but there's no way you'd find it from the train. So I'm probably better to come through here in a car if you want to see it better. You go again, day 2. I can't even get out of this doorway here. I can't even move. Look at this. This is so ridiculous. This may veto the trip. Another day. Look at this weather. This is impossible to even go anywhere without getting drenched. Displeased with this. This exact same way this happened both times. This came out of just a little clouds in the morning, 10 minutes later, it's doing this. Nuts. I figure this is gonna delay the trip another day. I mean, this is not just a rainstorm. This is a absolute full force torrential downpour with lightning. It's just not gonna happen. My stuff is soaked. My stuff is out. It did not look like this. And half an hour ago, there was some sun. I mean, my mistake, there was no sign of it. Mistake leaving this stuff out. That's drenched. These are wet. Let's see how waterproof this pack is here. All right, this appears to be relatively dry. Yeah, it's got a waterproof coating. Tough call what to do here. This train's here. I don't know where it's going. Not a crisis here. I'm really glad it stopped raining. It looks like the system's moving out. Temperatures and everything have definitely pleasantized in the last hour. I gotta point out, look, spring is springing here. This is March 1st. You got plenty of trees just starting to bud here. Look at this spot. This is where you wait for the train. Look at that. That's the beer store. I'd say you can't improve on this. I mean, there's a lot of places where it's a 5-mile walk. This is impossible to miss the train if you wait for the fuel trucks to show up. Because all the southbounds that are stopping have fuel trucks coming and fueling them here. You can't miss the train. Like, you can risk-free go get beer, and it almost takes some of the fun out of it. But I mean, look at that beer store. It's right there. I think I've accomplished some of my mission already. I mean, it's warm here. I'm barefoot now on March 1st. The goal is to warm up. So I'm going to say I've accomplished some of that goal. Shit. I don't know who he is. He ain't stopping. I'm honestly not sure what train it is. But I got no choice.
So I just switched cars to one of these Cadillac grainers. Look at this. So probably the most safe ride ever to go through surveillance. And I'm on it.
Got this moonshine style malt beverage made in the Blue Ridge Mountains, it says. Seems like an appropriate beverage for this bluegrass country we're in. That is basically Mad Dog 2020. It's ridiculous. It's gonna be not the most pleasant trip in this car, but the thing about these is that you're completely invisible if you duck down. I mean, you can guaranteed not be spotted in here. They're also really noisy. View from this trestle up here. Wonder if it's deep enough to dive in. Somewhere in southern Kentucky right now. It's kind of hard to watch the scenery when I'm in this car. It more lends itself to just lying down and kind of napping through some of this. We're getting close to Tennessee and it's getting a lot more rugged. This country here, I really wish there were leaves on the tree. It'd be a lot prettier. But we got pine trees almost to the Tennessee border. Down blanket going. I don't know when it's going to warm up. Getting into Atlanta, and it's got to be like 30 degrees. Just got to keep going further south. I think this train might go to Macon because there's not any trains from Norfolk Southern that go to Atlanta. So from Macon, I can get one more train to Jacksonville. That is a dead raccoon. Parked out here on this siding for a little bit. Seems like a good time to explain. This rail car that I've been on, it's one of the more interesting kinds. They're not that common, at least out west where I'm from. However, out here I've been seeing more. Some people call these the Cadillac grainer. Now, let's point out the first thing. This is not an actual grainer. These carry some kind of chemicals. They always have this apparatus. On the bottom, it's pretty clear that's chute. whatever comes out of that, that's not green. These rail cars are fairly old. I don't think they're in production anymore. Just another fun tidbit here. This placard, which is completely rusted over here, will tell you when the car was built and when it was last refurbished. However, this one obviously we're out of luck. Okay, we got BLT. This was built in 1995. Trinity, I'm guessing Trinity. Yeah, here we go. Manufactured by Trinity. TRN, New York Stock Exchange symbol. So I haven't been seeing much of these recently built. Doesn't mean they're not being made. I don't pay that much attention. So the brake side here, you could still get in these, definitely. You could, all four of these compartments have room for riders. So what you have here is two fairly decent sized compartments in this rail car on each end. And another fun fact, why do I know that it's not gonna go right now? Is because this brake, whatever it's called, this is pushed out. That's gotta be in order for the brakes to be released. Meaning right now, this thing ain't going anywhere. That said, I don't generally recommend hanging out on the coupler unless you're positive the train isn't gonna go somewhere. And because there's a lot of morons out there, I just say don't do it. All right, now you hear the brakes charging and you see this guy moving in. See that? He's pushing that in. That means it's no longer safe to be just hanging out and about in between the car. Really, see it's going in there? Just kind of nudging in. So let's take a look inside these compartments. Looking in here, you've got a lot of room in there. You could fit 3 people in this one, at least. I'm in this one. I mean, I've got everything in there, and when I'm in there, I'm out of sight. See that? See that little guy all the way in there now. All right, so we're moving. I'm gonna go ahead and get into my compartment. One of the things you'll see, we don't have a porch. Some cleaners, they've got a porch where you can hang out. That would be a lot nicer if they would put that on here. It's not really safe to be sitting out here. It's really not safe to be getting in and out of here while it's moving. So the advantage of this car is I'm out of sight. Look at this. Nobody's ever gonna see me in here. You could go through any kind of infrared even. If you really had to, you could get in between in here, which would be impossible to spot with x-ray. The main problem with these is it's very difficult to get on a moving rail car and get in the compartment or get off. Additionally, my pack is so big, it barely fits in this hole. I had to really stuff the thing in. So you're pretty much committed to getting on and off stopped, which can make a difference. We're going to be coming into the Macon yard in a few hours. There may be an obvious place where I could get off stopped. Or, I'm sorry, get off moving. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do that. I may be deep in the yard by the time I get off this. And that is the drawback of this. You also can't see that much scenery. You can see some, but you don't get the wide open panoramic view. This position, it's hard to find a comfortable posture for just looking out. Because like this, it starts to get on my back and it's hard to just sit up straight. I think if you had a camp chair, it would be ideal. So these rail cars, they're not my favorite, but I really like the security in here. I mean, I'm safe in here. There's no wind or rain that can get in here. That's basically where it wins. This is the most secure, weatherproof rail car you can get. Going past another one of these way out in the countryside intermodal yards. I believe this is Austell, if I'm saying that right. It's got a huge fence. It does not look like you want to pull into there, and I'm glad I'm on this GM. Intermodals are faster. but they can pull into that thing, and that's got, I see 2 layers of fences around that thing. The advantage of these general manifest trains is they're not high priority. It's a disadvantage as well, but I'd say there's not a high value cargo on these things. Going into these yards that are double fenced off here, like in Austell, Georgia, out here in the woods. I'm glad to be on this. This isn't gonna pull into double barbed wire at any point. Junction area in Atlanta. It's a CSX train. Looks like he's going south. We're going south. Downtown Atlanta. This is Atlanta. I gotta say, with the size of my pack and the weight, I just don't ever feel like getting off anymore if I don't have to. This is the downtown area. They're building a new football stadium right there. Don't ask me why. Or what's wrong with the old one. That's the CNN parking lot, I'm pretty sure. 90% sure. Here's a cool tag on this ADM loaded grain car. Stopped out here between Atlanta and Macon. It's pretty swampy. The scenery down in this area, I mean, it's cool to see once. It's not like out west where you want to go out and explore. It's warmed up too. It's getting to the point where it may start being too hot. And that's a fast switch. It really annoys me that it's so hard to find a correct brisk temperature. It's usually either too hot or too cold. Looking through here, things are getting swampy. Probably swamp crocodiles lurking beneath the surface of that nasty looking water. The plan from here is to stay until Macon, resupply there, and then hopefully board a night southbound intermodal to Jacksonville. As far as I know, every stack train through Macon is either going north to Atlanta or south to Jacksonville. There's a bunch of splits to Brunswick and Savannah, but I don't think intermodal takes any of those splits. I hate to bring up this point on this trip, but something going on. I don't know if it's just age or what, but I'm gaining weight on this trip. I'm not pigging out. I'm not drinking extreme amounts of beer. And my stomach just keeps getting bigger and nastier. And I don't know what that's about, but I'm gonna have to cut something back. I'm not gonna get a big beer gut in life. I'm not gonna be a big fat guy to drink beer. So that means I gotta cut back on input. That's what it means. I can tell I'm getting close. I'm, 2 or 3 miles out. Got everything packed up here. Time to get out and Macon. It's warmed up. I think I've ditched the cold for good. We've got a nice, pleasant looking river there. Unfortunately, down south, you jump in, you get covered with leeches and ticks. Some kind of a graveyard here. To get off here, I gotta push this pack out. It's a major tight fit, and I'm just hoping we're gonna stop. See if I can even fit this enormous pack out here. Yesterday, I couldn't even get the thing in without a lot of work. And that's it. Arrival in Macon. Stobe the Hobo, first time in Macon. I gotta say, I got a positive impression so far. We got this junction area up here where I'm pretty sure that's Savannah. That's obviously Atlanta. Train's creeping through, wide open. Looks like it's pretty low key. You got the town right over there. So I'll be interested to see if the stacks are gonna come through at this speed, so I could just wait here. I can get on a train at this speed. I'd also like to say, I don't recommend to anybody to get off the way I did there. I've got 100,000 miles under my belt, so I've got more of a feel for this stuff. But that's a way to get smushed by the train. So don't do that on that kind of car unless you're real confident that you know what you're doing. Because one slip and you're a pancake, and your arms and legs won't grow back. I'm now going to change clothes into something that doesn't draw attention from the home guard crowd. There's a lot of guys I can tell who live around here. There's a lot of tents. That's fine. I don't have any problem with those guys, but you know, I'd rather not hang out or whatever. Usually it doesn't, it just ends up with drinking and arguing. These nice trendy shorts here. Use one of these wipes here, get all clean enough. I can't stand being fetid and gross. Some people are into it, I can't stand it. Well, this is Macon, Georgia. I'd heard about it in advance that it was kind of run down, and so far it's turning out to be correct. There's a lot of museums around here. Here's the Georgia Sports Hall of Fame. I'm trying to think of something less interesting than that. I guess some of the old Braves are probably in there, maybe Jackie Robinson, Ted Williams. So, whatever. There's another museum there, Tubman African American Art. That's cool. You can go check that out if you come down here. You got this main street. From my understanding, there used to be a lot of industry going on in this town, and it's all more or less gone. Doesn't seem that vibrant right now. It's a nice setting. It's a really nice temperature. This place it's too hot in the summer. This is just right. It's about 60. I got shorts and a t-shirt on. I don't want it to get any warmer than this. This is adequate right now. I showed up at the right time. It only happens one day a week or one day a month here. A lot of places do this first Friday, but not many have started already in March, so that's a good sign. Summer has started down here. You got this guy playing disco. I mean, I guess there's like a music history thing here too. A bunch of Southern bands from the 60s and 70s are from here. This band, these guys actually are pretty decent, and they look like they're a lot younger than me, which is really impressive. I didn't know any millennials that bothered to learn an instrument anymore. You might just call it gentrification. It seems like there is some of that going on here, but you still got a good amount of stuff boarded up. I'm amazed to hear millennials playing actual good music. I'm really impressed. So I just gotta say to today's millennials, you're not cool because you got Insta, you're not cool because you got Snapchat and social media. These guys are actually legit cool. They know how to play instruments. Stop being an idiot in front of your computer. Go pick up an instrument and join a band like this or any other band. It's a lot better than what today's kids are doing most of the time. This is definitely the deep south. Look at that turret up there. What's going on in this place? Oh, look at you. You want some cat food? Whatever. I ain't got time for it. I think just due to time and time constraints, I think I'm coming back through here on the way back. I think I'm gonna ditch tonight, head south, because I think there's a fleet of trains running to Jacksonville, and from what I can tell, they're all gonna be, because I saw all three of them run through Kentucky in the afternoon. That would put them here sometime in the very early morning hours, if I'm doing this correctly. So I'm gonna jet tonight. I'm gonna come back here and check out some more of the town. It's not bad so far. It's cold. It's ridiculous though. It's like gotta be 30 degrees out here. in March, which is just a little chilly for me. I need gloves on my hands. Get up the following morning, high speed south. It's still cold. Doesn't matter. I don't know when it's gonna warm up. It's still freaking chilly. Very good. Close to freaking Florida now. March. Going through Valdosta. I smell fried chicken. I want it so bad. But it's not happening. The train is going fast. This is a fast line. The topography has pretty much totally flattened out. And this train's been doing at least 60 since Macon. It's not a joke. And down into the swamps. Not sure if we've crossed the border yet. That is not a good place. You want to get stuck. Nasty. Looks like we're approaching a yard here. I'm gonna get off well before it looks like the yard. I'm coming into a new area. I get off definitely before I'm in the security zone, which could be past this bridge up here. It often turns out I could have stayed on longer, but this way, guaranteed. In Lake Flynn, Jacksonville. My first time here. Nice and clean. It's downsized to a smaller pack. I got a lot less stuff in here because I'm going south. As you can see, mission is already basically accomplished to get out of the cold. It's time to go even further south. It's downsized to a smaller pack. I got a lot less stuff in here because I'm going south. As you can see, mission is already basically accomplished to get out of the cold. It's time to go even further south. Tampa is next. This is Jacksonville, out near the yards, which is a long way from town. Got this nice lake. Finally have arrived in citrus country. There's a lot of these just lying around in people's yards. Grapefruits like this. There's a lot of wildlife here that you're only going to see in this state. Things start to get a lot more interesting because we're approaching the tropics now. Look at this guy. I don't know what genus of duck that is. Is that a beautiful face? How close can I get? What are you thinking about? What's going on in there? Kind of looks like my grandma with that waddle. I don't know if you can see this guy here. I can't remember what kind of bird that is, that blue thing there. Oh my God, miraculous. The fact that somebody had this basically discarded in their yard makes no sense. Holy moly, we got a train pulling out. I didn't even have time to get here. Not it. See that thing on the end? See that flag? He's just doing some kind of a move out of the yard. That's not the train. I would imagine that that is the train to Florida East Coast Railway. I don't see anything ready to go southbound. I hope there's one a day to Orlando and Tampa. I'm hoping I didn't miss it. You got power there. That power could be put on one of these strings. Right now I've got time to go get some food. So I've lightened my load. I don't got a sleeping bag anymore. Look at here, this is what's taking up most of the room, is this 12-pack of Yingling. Got my Atlas. I got a tarp. I got this little down blanket thing. For warmth, that's it. A lot less going on. I don't got my sleeping bag. I don't got a lot of grub. I'm gonna try to go get some food right now. This would make a great campfire here. On an unrelated note, just set fire to this. I would do it. Except that would attract attention, which I don't want to do, but it'd be pretty cool. Alright, we got a crew getting on those units, so whatever happens here is going to kind of determine if my train's left or not for the day. I'm ready to leave, but I gotta say, look at this. You got this mattress. You got under here. I mean, this is one of the nicest spots I've seen. Beer store is close, although beer's way overpriced. The 12-pack of Yingling there's $15. I'm used to it being $10.99. J-Rock. I don't know who that is. Highwayman. No Trace. I don't know who any of these guys are. This is a nice location. I got shorts and t-shirt on. I can just lie in it, drink a bunch of beer, and take a nap until the train gets here. Train right here. This looks like it. Maybe they're picking up more cars. We'll sit tight. There's a lot of rides. I just realized that New Orleans trains would depart the same direction out of the yard. I'll find out in Baldwin, which is in about 15 miles. I don't want to go that direction. Here we go. Baldwin. This is where we're gonna find out. All right, we're making a hard left in Baldwin. That's good news, but we're stopping. I don't think that's a problem. It's definitely a hard left turn, but we've also got some kind of a picnic going on in here. Maybe just stay down. I'm gonna assume we're just stopping for clearance here. Seems like a place where that would happen. Got this four-way junction in Baldwin. Southbound's coming straight through. That's west there. That's to New Orleans. And then I came from Jacksonville up north. That's Waycross as far as I can tell. And then south this way. Joining the main southbound main line here. The juice train. I've heard about this train, and here it is. Tropicana. It's going north, full of orange juice. That means I'm going the right way because I'm going the way this is coming from, which is Tampa, Florida. That's the juice train. There ain't any rides on this train. There's no rides. They're boxcars. Occasionally you'll get a reefer like that, and you could get on it, but overall, not a great situation for rides. This route is unbelievable. You got nothing but swamps and woods on each side. Meaning that if you have to run for it, there's a chance you're gonna get devoured by a swamp crocodile. Next to here, I mean, you got this guy's house here, but he can't see me. It's amazing. This is what it's like the whole time. I thought it'd be crowded, but it's just thick woods. So this is Lakeland. I guess the trains don't go to Tampa. Not every train goes through Tampa. I thought the main line went through Tampa. You got a southbound here. I guess it had to fork off to the right to go to Tampa. And some trains just go straight through. My train, I think, made a left up here to Winter Haven, Florida. I'm out and about. It's nice. It's finally warm enough. It's still not that warm, but it's warm enough. I could sleep outside without a sleeping bag and I'd survive just fine. Not impressed with this place so far. I've been walking about 15 minutes. I have yet to find chicken, yet to find beer, which is what I want. I finished the 12-pack. And I'm wondering if this is just one of those retirement community places. There's the lake. Maybe this is the lake for why it's called Lakeland. I don't know. But I'm guessing maybe there's more mortuaries here than chicken restaurants because I'm just not seeing anything at all. And at 8 p.m. it seems dead. Much like what the majority of the population will be in about 3 years, I'm guessing. So I'm guessing this is the lake for Lakeland. It's right here. Got what looks like a rock train crossing this bridge. Florida's interesting because obviously nothing goes through here. That's a rock train. That's a rock train flowing through Lakeland. I think that's east from here. I don't know if that's Orlando or what direction that is. Well, this place is officially pointless. I've been walking around about 25 minutes. No chicken, no beer. Basically, it's time to get out of here. I've got a guy coming to pick me up from YouTube, and I'm glad, because if it weren't for that, I'd get on that train southbound parked on the main lines that's probably going to Miami and continue. This is ridiculous. What is the point of coming to a place that has nothing going on? From a distance, I got my hopes up looking at this place, thinking we had a chicken restaurant. But it's just some stupid ass kids museum. I guess the one cool thing is these tracks really come close in to town here. I mean, you got this square where people are doing whatever, and you got the track right here. And I think that's cool. Mission complete. From the icy reaches of Montana down here in 2.5 weeks. This is Tampa Bay here. It's the city of Tampa, way off in the distance. So this is the Tampa Skyway Bridge. It's quite a bridge. Yeah. We're going north to Tampa, home of the Buccaneers.
Oh, they have it here, really?
So this is the place I've been staying with David, who's a Army vet, as you can see from these stickers. Drives this Hummer, and he drives this as well. He's got this black cat here.
That'd be pretty slick.
It's pretty pleasant here. It's nice and warm. It's not super hot yet like it gets in the summer. So you can see from the trees, Florida is almost tropical level. Not quite. We don't have coconut palms until you get down to Miami. Been here a week, and honestly, it could turn into a lot longer if I didn't have some kind of impetus to get back to Montana, because it's nice weather and he's a super nice guy. It seemed like it was just a few days, but I've already been here a week at this place here in Sarasota, Florida. So I'm gonna get a ride over to Lakeland where I got dropped off, and I'm hoping that it's reliable enough that the southbound is there sometime late afternoon to evening. There's only one train a day that goes to Miami as far as I can tell, which is the CSX Q453. So basically I don't want to miss that. Problems that I could run into would be if the train crew changes somewhere else at other times, or if the train doesn't show up. In that case I may just take the scam track. And here I am back on my own, pretty much exactly where I got off the train. I don't know when the southbound's gonna show up, but I'm just gonna park it here. I got beer, I got supplies. It's nice enough weather. There's some rain, but it's not supposed to be too crazy. Well, one positive thing I gotta say about Florida, it ain't far to get beer. Pretty much just other side of the bridge, you got a gas station where they got cold beer. I'm gonna, stay here as long as tomorrow, and then I'll try to figure something else out. I believe the Q453 to Miami from Waycross. It was parked here last time I was here at about 6 with no crew, right on these mains where I got off. So I'm gonna drink some beer, philosophize for a while. Honestly ready to turn around already. I'm getting worn out, even though I just slept in a bed the whole time. I'm kind of just, I'm beginning to not be into this anymore. And I gotta be honest, that was the goal. That was kind of the main goal of these final, just massive amount of trips, was to get this out of my system, and I'm hoping that's happening here. It's kind of a good, halfway point of the trip. I get a little philosophical here. I like seeing the country, I like doing this, but 32 years old, I don't really have, my own place, sufficient income, all that stuff to have one. And, I'm kind of looking at that this is hopefully coming to a close, because it's just not, what is the future? What is the plan, And I think the plan is, when I see a little bit more of the U.S., I'm going to be happy with it. I admit I've been a little dejected. I feel like what I'm doing used to be something that was a lot more popular and interesting. And it seems like these days, it's not really a thing anymore. There's nobody under here. You're not going to meet other people under here. People in general don't really care about this or think it's cool. Not that I'm doing this for any kind of big recognition, but I'm just saying that I think the high point has been reached, with Stobe the Hobo, with other things like this, and I'm kind of, I'm ready to start winding it down. If this was really awesome, this underpass, there'd be a lot of guys under here, hanging out, drinking beer, partying. There'd be some chicks. There'd be hot chicks. None of that is here. There's nothing going on here. And I'm guessing the people who write these tags are probably just junkies or meth heads. Obviously still here in Lakeland. I think some guy was saying I should be drinking Schlitz or try it. Well, I found this Schlitz malt liquor. It's 5.9%. It's decent. The problem with malt liquor is it's got to be cold. It's got to be ice cold or it tastes awful. And in this muggy weather, the stuff warms up fast. You got this pair of shoes under here. I might try on these shoes. Somebody left these shoes here. These are not bad looking shoes. They look like they might fit. Try on these shoes here. God, I think these might be a fit. I got socks. I think I just found myself a new pair of shoes. This is the spot. Day number, look at this tag here. This marks the longest period of time with no contact in decades. I wonder if she's even aware of it. Well, I don't know if that's a rider. This is the indications. Crackheads don't eat this. But I'm not seeing that these are definitely riders. Let's see here. Maybe. I don't know. I saw a train stopped here earlier. I'm just gonna be here until it shows up. Or I wimp out and get Amtrak out. We got the northbound coming in. Should I just get on the northbound? And we got this guy. I'm tempted to get on the northbound, and I mean, it would veto the whole trip. But look at this. Look at this train. Do you not want to get on this train? Oh, it's lame. Racks. I have no interest in racks at all because you can't get on them. And here we are. Time to continue south. This train is parked. He's been blocking this crossing for a good 2 or 3 hours. I mean, he's not really on the crossing, but the guards are down. Lakeland. And this is the kind of stuff you got to do if you're into the train. It's 4 a.m. right now. And I had to wake up to get on the train. It seems like 4 a.m. has been a consistent time for whatever reason where I have to get up. And now I'm going to get on the train. I don't know what kind of sleep I'm going to get. And that's just the way it's going to be. So, yeah, I mean, these cars are putzing through here. But this is the first real clunker train I've gotten on from CSX. Look at this. It was dark when I got on this, so it seemed reasonable. Now we've got the crossing. You got a guy parked there. I don't know when the train's gonna go. I don't even feel like I can get up and move around with that guy working on the crossing down there. It's absurd. This has been here 8 hours. I hope this train is gonna go and there isn't some problem. It's starting to seem like there could be an issue. Are we finally out of here at 9 freaking a.m.? Generally with CSX, the trains move and don't park. A lot of trains went past in the night both directions. It's a very nice ride in this gravel. However, it's kind of hard to stay out of sight though unless you're down in one of these troughs between these hills of gravel. We're out of here though, it looks like. I'm hoping. There's the split to Tampa right there. It's Tampa Bay, that direction. Coming through Lakeland here. That square I was hanging out in. Alright, in another split. This is the Orlando split to the left. Here in Auburndale. We got trains to Orlando to Tampa going through there. This big old pallet factory or something. I don't know what this is. So these gravel cars, they're a pretty decent ride. Your only issue, you can't really stand up, and other trains are about eye level here, so you gotta stay on the side in case of passing another train. If you're down in here and they're on this side, they're not gonna see you, but they're comfy. This, you know, I got this little foam rubber thing here. It's a pretty comfy ride, and you gotta just be careful peeking up in case there might be guys watching, but overall it's pretty reasonable. Train is doing work. I'm debating running to get food. I'm completely out. I can get some more beer as well. Here in, I think it's called Auburndale, Florida. They cut the power. What I'm thinking they might do is they may back up, because the yard was back there. And if they do that, it would be fairly safe to go and run into the store. Because what I'm expecting is going to happen is the train is going to back the cut of cars up this track here and a ways up there. And if that happens, that's basically guaranteed that you wouldn't lose the train, because as long as the engine's up there, these cars aren't going to move. Here it comes. Is there a guy on there? I don't know. They're backing it up. I'm going to try to go get food. I mean, it's guaranteed. You can't get left here if the train's backing up. And there's no engines. Let's go. Might just be leaving it here. If that's the case, I can't risk it. Stobe the Hobo. I'm hungry. I don't have any food. This particular one, you got this nice porch, and it's a little safer to get up because you got a intermediate ladder here, and then to get all the way to the top, You're never climbing above the rails or anything. I've only seen this on CSX, this particular hopper car. As you watch, you know, humanity pass by here, one thing you see is not really anything different from car to car. And the new style of car, it's not really interesting or unique. It's very shapeless, amorphous, formless. That car, that car, that car, what's the difference? But underneath this bridge, it's very fractional amount of people. You've got a different reality. You've got the guys who spray painted all this stuff under here. You got this tag. Call me if you need my help. I don't know what you do. What do you do? I don't know. I don't know who you are. I'm probably not going to call you. That guy. This guy. I don't know. I don't even have time to read this. So there's alternate realities and universes that go on outside of what you're looking at, obviously. There was a time, I'm thinking of the 50s and 60s, where cars were unique from year to year. You had fins on your car, like the Corvair, the 57 Chevy. Very statement-making vehicles. What do we got going on today? Amorphous blob, same old, every single time. Now that's, look at that. That guy stood out because it's green. Got this guy, Vindicate. I don't know if that has to do with the vending machine. It will vindicate Michael from evil doings. Michael Brown. Is that the guy from the Ferguson? I can't tell. And I don't know what that means. It just seems like a lot of people are hell-bent on just focusing straight ahead. Like these cars, they all look the freaking exact same to me. And conformity is one of the things that pisses me off because I just can't do it. It doesn't mean I'm better. It doesn't mean I'm superior. These people are doing it because everybody else doesn't. These people are, they've got whatever job, they've got whatever career. There's not an independent thought evident from looking at this, which doesn't mean that it's not there. But I really don't think anybody's observing today. Is anybody observing and like commenting on the state of things? It just seems like it's just, if you want to find the same old ship, I said that with a P, so kids can keep watching this. It's so easy to find. To find anybody doing anything new or interesting is difficult these days, I admit. I mean, how many of these cars? Every single one, boring, shapeless, formless cars. This is the standard today. Look at these cars. Do you see anything unique or different? They're blobs, and do you know why they're blobs? That's what the automakers have found is the cheapest way to make cars. It's just about cheap. It's about making cheap crap for the masses. And unfortunately, when you subscribe to this, which is what every single person here essentially is doing by having a car that is the exact same as everybody else's, just giving up the top, I'd say maybe 15-20% of your brain and your emotional scale. You're definitely able to be content and to not think about things, but you're giving up being really enamored with life at some point. It's just not possible. It's not possible to feel the real rush of things when you're the same and doing the same thing everybody else is doing. These are things I think about as I'm out here, is what I mean, this is a mental concept that is of a grand scale. Whether or not, you know, 1 million people watch this or not is irrelevant. Do we conform or not? Because not conforming means that you're here. This is a lonely place. It's dirty. It's not that fun because I'm by myself and I'm not getting recognition. Being underneath this bridge, there's a chance, possibly, that I could get something better and something, you know, more interesting. Because down here, as you look down here, yes, these people are gonna they're gonna eat, they're gonna do their thing, they're gonna watch CNN. People aren't gonna be thriving. But that said, I don't know if you can say I'm thriving. I'm under this really dirty overpass where when you sit down, you're covered with dirt. And I don't know why overpasses are like this, but this dirt is this fine dirt that will get in everything that you're wearing. It will inundate your outfit. They're just the kind of moral quandaries that, you know, no one ever comes up with an answer to this stuff. But you wonder about it. Do I want to join that crowd driving the amorphous, retarded looking cars? Or do I want to stay under here? I mean, it's difficult. There's not an answer to this. It's something you got to think about if you want to take up the train and take up traveling and stuff. It's not popular. This is not popular. There's trains stopped here all the time. There's not people recognizing this. There's not evidence that anyone cares about this. This is not going to get you friends. It's not going to get you acceptance. But on the other hand, do you care? Do you care about being a droid in that car? And what it kind of looks like, sometimes I feel like I don't even have a good choice. I want a good, solid choice to make, and it's difficult to make it. These are the things you think about as you're sitting under an overpass for many, many hours waiting for a train, when in this day and age, you could get Amtrak, you could get Megabus, and be to your destination. But I'm still under here. I am under here, and I'm gonna stay under here at least till tomorrow, and then I'll probably wimp out and get the Amtrak or the Megabus. I would love it if some other riders would show up right now. I'm carrying the torch here for this. I need some people to show up. We can get some more beer and have a good time here. Maybe get a campfire started. We got these kids with bikes. Nah, they probably basically just see a shadowy figure drinking beer under the overpass, and they go the other direction. That's my theory on why they're not coming up here. And there's never anybody over here. I'm the guy. I think I'm doing more of this travel stuff than anybody else. And I hope I'm wrong. I'm not trying to call anybody out, but I just don't see evidence of it. I don't see the traveler thing going on here. These are the things you think about when you're drinking beer under a bridge. But I'm conflicted with this because I'm getting to that age where you're not the young rebel guy anymore. You're, you know, a deadbeat hanging out under a bridge drinking beer, which I'm doing. But I'm like, is there a reward for joining? I want to know, is there a reward? I'm not trying to make a statement that I'm awesome and they suck. That's not the point of this. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But I think about this. You should know what's going on in my head. I'm conflicted about this. Should I join? Should I join the group? I mean, this is how you join the group. First of all, you get a car that looks the exact same as that guy. Or that guy, because it's the same looking car. It's possible I'm oversimplifying this because, again, every person is different, even though they drive the exact same looking. Look, every single time I point this out, you can't tell the difference between that car, between that car. It's this, look at that. I'm not making this up. Should I join? I'm just not ready to do it yet, folks. It's not time. I don't know when it's going to be time. I don't know if I have to do it. I don't know that it's a requirement. But, you know, look at this. Look where I'm hanging out. Do you see guys, like, wanting an autograph under here. No, this is a loan under here. And I wonder about it. I wonder what is the alternative to this. Because I would say that this isn't that great because it's really alone and isolated. Nobody's out here. These are the kinds of decisions we're gonna need more beer to appropriately decide. We got these palmettos. That's the closest thing to a palm tree here. You got this guy's ranch right here, and right over there you got goats. I've been seeing a lot of cows as well. So this Central Florida location is pretty pleasant, I gotta say. I wouldn't mind maybe having some kind of a spread out here at some point. It's pretty rural. I keep hearing about, you know, overpopulation, all that going on. Well, I've been seeing just wide open land from Lakeland all the way down here. You've definitely got some stark contrasts in the state. I mean, out on the coasts, you got a lot of retirees, in other words, old people, and then you've got beaches and palm trees for the ecosystem. But here in the middle, this isn't really look anything like that. This is still pretty rustic and rural. Been going through a lot of orange groves, citrus groves. There's really not any palm trees anymore out here. You can't really tell that you're at a very far south latitude. It doesn't look a lot different than Georgia or Alabama. That's a serious looking hawk flapping around up here. You can hear an interstate nearby, which is lame, but at least, you know, the population of the state is 19 million people. I'm glad to know that that doesn't mean the whole thing has been paved over already. Gorgeous blue sky day here with puffy clouds. The rain from yesterday is gone. Well, in typical fashion, the train is now tied down here. I can tell because the train came from the back and I saw a crew van up ahead. Train is tied down here on the siding. I'm gonna hitchhike. I don't know how long this stop is gonna be and I don't want to spend the night here. I got no food. According to my map, I'm pretty close to West Palm Beach. It's like 16 miles, so probably pretty fast. I can just stand by the train. If the crew van shows up, I can get back on. Finally got picked up heading into West Palm Beach. Maybe I'll be able to see Trump's place. So this is West Palm Beach, about 8 p.m. I'm glad that the things turned out the way they did because, among other things, now I figured out Donald Trump, or President Trump, his winter White House is, I just looked on my cell phone, it's 2 miles from here. I'm gonna check that out tomorrow. You got the Florida East Coast Railway comes through here, which I anticipate riding home from Miami on. This track right here. Here we go. interesting consist on that train. You had basically a full rock train, and then you had intermodal behind it, which is something you don't usually see on any other railroad. This is supposed to be like a major hedge fund, you know, high wealth kind of area. James, I don't know what the deal will be with finding a place to just crash. I'm trying to find the beach. Just sleep on the beach. I don't really see the point in spending any money. It's already 9 p.m. It's all fenced off. I don't know what the deal is with that. I've heard that because Trumpelstiltskin is now the president, things have gotten way more, you know, uptight in certain parts of the city here, especially across the water over at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Alright, so that's West Palm Beach there. Here you've got Palm Beach proper, and I think this is where the bigger mega money is. I mean, look at that yacht. Who's driving that thing? So this is the Atlantic side beach. So like, water's pretty clean. You know, I'd say it's a lot more treacherous looking. You got rocks. I don't know what they put these here as some kind of divider. I don't have my suit. I kind of want to get in. I didn't think about my suit. Look at these seagulls here. I don't know what kind these are. You got an orange beak. It's not the same kind that I saw on the other side. So, look at this, guys. So the two people that are notable that I know of who live on this island is obviously the president and also Rush Limbaugh. And I'm gonna try to just go get a shot of each of those guys' houses, or as close as I can. I have both the addresses. I managed to find them. Despite the size and cost of these mansions, the people seem pretty laid back about security. I mean, you can just jump in that gate's open there. There's definitely an old money vibe on this place. This is all hedge funders and inheritance cases, such as the president. Not a lot of like tech guys or any of that stuff here. This castle here, that's kind of cool. It's cool. I'm right on the street. Just look right in there. Super rich quality house here. Definitely surprised at the lack of high security here. I mean, I'm sure there's guys watching and there's cameras and stuff, but I mean, there's no gates on these places. I'm just walking right down the street. You can look straight into these people's homes. Apparently this place basically shuts down every weekend now for the president to show up. He's right down here. I'm just about here. I think that's it. It doesn't got a name on it, but if this place says anything, it says working class. Look at that. That's the working man's class, that little turret up there. At the front gate here, I can't believe I'm even allowed to get this close, but so far nobody has hassled me here. It just says something to me about the super rich crowd here, that there's not a sidewalk or a bike path or nothing here. It's treacherous on this road. There's guys about to run me over, just non-stop. And finally found what looks like a shoulder. You can kind of get an idea looking in here what kind of place it is. This gate's open. Again, I don't get it. I don't get how there's not more lockdown on this island and here, because I mean, obviously I'm not gonna go in there, but I could, you know, someone could get in there. I can't really see in here. I can hear tennis balls getting batted around though. So it's $200,000 to get in, and then it's $14,000 a year to be a member here. I mean, they don't even have a golf course. It's not even a full country club. It's just got some tennis courts and a pool. I don't get it. I would think you'd need golf for that, for 200 G's, but evidently demand is on the up because those people now get a direct audience with Donald Trump, who's draining the swamp. Unless the swamp includes people who basically are members at your country club, and then hasn't been drained at this point. So despite this opulence here, you could easily camp out on the beach here. Now it's got a curfew. You'd need to stay DL about it, but it really looks like you could do it down here. It's an amazing beach. I don't have my swim trunks. I'm an idiot and I didn't bring them. These birds don't have to pay admission to the country club that's on the other side of this hedgerow. Say hi to the camera. 10 bucks for this ice cream cone here. So I'm gonna try to go find Rush Limbaugh's house and then get off the island and out of the town. Everything is well beyond my budget right now. You know, I gotta just say, I'm not into the whole super rich thing, but this beach, look at how isolated this beach is. There's nobody out here at all. I'm amazed. I'm out here completely alone for about a half an hour. I've been walking, going up to Rush Limbaugh's house. I'm very into this. There's no one out here. It's awesome. Look at these little, I don't know, they're sardines or some kind of little fish here. Look at those guys. I've never seen anything like that. The silver fish that just got marooned up here on shore. Several huge country clubs on the island as well. Approaching the north edge of the island, we got another massive country club with golf course. Good thing I'm noticing, it's common with these overly wealthy communities, there's just non-stop construction going on. Always a new addition, keeping up with the Joneses, the Trumps, and the Limbaughs, I guess. Well, I think I found it. Doesn't look like it can really get a good view from the outside. There's a lot of security going on and stuff. It appears that, yeah, I mean, this is the only house where I've seen the cameras. I'm gonna not skulk around too much. I think this is it. Rush Limbaugh may live inside there. It's not, you know, mega high security. You got this beach which you can access here, get right in here from the road, which actually parallels his house. According to an internet site, that's his house, so it doesn't mean that that is his house. But there's more cameras around it, and I actually buzzed the box and just asked if they do tours or anything. Nothing doing, big surprise there. So, but look at this beach. Hikers like me can still access the beach without any big credentials like he has. Another thing you notice when you get this far south is you finally reach coconut palm territories. Look at all those guys up there. Delicious. You got these guys too. I don't know what that kind is. There's a lot of different kinds of palms, but you got to get basically to the tropics before you get to the coconuts. Here on the west side of the island, you got a decent bike path. This little access ports pretty frequently up to the road. You got boats. I'm just saying though, this is the same, you know, climate and everything. You could set up a really cool Bali Island style resort scene here, and it's all it is residences. It's not really remarkable in a tourist sense. I mean, I'm gonna come over here, walk around once and leave, and that's all about you can do. Some kind of miracle, the food is cheaper here than on the mainland. This is a full-size chicken meal, and you got this Publix blackberry lemonade, which is also good quality. Under $5. This is miraculous. Oh my god, it's good. Publix chicken, possibly the top I've had on this trip. Alright, there's Palm Beach there. I'm heading back over to West Palm Beach. So I'm just taking the commuter rail down there. It's $6. Basically, I would think it's pretty difficult for any freight to make it up and down this corridor in the daytime. Going on, just got off the train here. And, well, I think I'm a little ways out of Miami proper here. You can see the skyline through there. Essentially, if you want to ride the train every mile of the trip, you're going to be waiting a really long time. So modern hobos now, you got to have money on hand to get a bus ticket or a train ticket if the need comes up. Thinking for tonight, I'm just going to go to the Florida East Coast Railway train yard, camp out, and then start checking out the area tomorrow. I'm pretty tired. I didn't get a good night's sleep last night. All right, what's going on here? I'm at the yard throat north here of the Florida East Coast Railway yard. And I'm gonna basically sleep. You got this wall. I'm gonna sleep behind that. This wall goes around the yard. And on the other side, there's a moat over there. And obviously in Florida, any kind of moat, you got alligators, mega-sized snapping turtles, all kinds of stuff. You don't want to get in there. So the train has to be going slow enough coming around at this point. Now there's cover behind this wall, which is convenient because besides there's no other way to get in this thing. Look at this. There's no way you're getting in because it's got this wall. Forget it. Hoping to God the mosquitoes aren't that bad. You got a moat on this side and this side, which spells for disastrous mosquitoes possibly. And I don't have any spray because I'm an idiot and I didn't think about it. Now I'm drinking this 12% Four Loko. This should help me get to sleep. Hopefully I can watch a train leave at night and get an idea how fast they're going. Looking at this situation here, these are kind of yard looking tracks. I think the train will be going slow at this point, at least the front of it. I sure hope so, because if it's not, I mean, obviously it just got here, so I'm not leaving today, but I may have to figure out another option if it's not going slow here. And I don't want to have to do that, so I'm gonna hit the hay. March 15th, going to sleep in Miami, out. Coming into town here, it really looks like everything's super new. I'm not really into brand new anything. It's reminded me of Dubai when I was there. So I'm riding around on the metro rail, just kind of looking around. I gotta be honest, I'm not really into this place so far. Obviously I haven't seen the entire city. I'm just saying I haven't seen one beer store, cool looking restaurant, anything from this train. I've been on it for about 10 miles. And that's, you know, that's a long enough distance to be able to determine this stuff. It appears to me that outside the beach area and the little Havana, Cuba area, I just don't think there's anything else going on out there worth seeing. This is the Coconut Grove Marina. It's actually called the Dinner Key Marina, whatever, maybe that's Dinner Key over there. That's Coconut Grove. This is a little south of the downtown area. The only thing I'm into here at all, and really in Florida, is the water. I mean, this is cool. You got sailboats going on. You know, I'd love to have a sailboat. Other than that, though, really not into once you get off the water into there. It's just flat. It's boring. There's not really anything interesting going on. It's a really new city here. I don't think this city even existed 120 years ago. I think it was 1895 it basically started. You got this ugly ass looking goose here, but you don't see those north of here. You know, that ugly ass grandma's waddle the thing has all over its face. Nasty. Oh, he's got a little dish to eat out of. I see. That's why he's here. To point out that Trader Joe's, I don't know why there's any reason to go to any other grocery store. This is a 6-pack of this beer for $4. And it's pretty decent beer. I got a lot of beer because where I'm camped out at, it's ridiculous. It's right on it's the complete opposite end of the green line. There's no place to buy beer. There's no place to buy food, and except for a gas station, and it's more expensive at that gas station there in the freaking slummy area than it is at the Trader Joe's. It's ridiculous. This is the situation out here on Miami Beach. Take a dip. It's not terribly warm yet. It's still March, but a lot of people are in, so. It is very nice. So here you have the Atlantic side beach. It's definitely rougher here than north in Palm Beach. Compared to the Gulf side, I'd say the swimmable nature isn't quite there with this. I don't know if it's like this all the time, but right now it's kind of tough to get out in there. There's a little hobo tip here. You got this shower at the beach. A lot of beaches have showers. If you had some soap, you could get your clothes clean as well and probably hang them up on those ropes. If you got here early in the day, be your laundry and getting clean. You know, I'm looking at all these luxury condos here and I just can't help but think most of them are just mega rich people's extra condo. I mean, look, there ain't any lights on in any of these places. I don't know where everybody is, but I'm thinking, I mean, look at this. Where is the occupants of this place? These balconies, you don't see a single person outside enjoying the nice evening, drinking beer. This, I imagine, is where Scarface lived, somewhere around on one of these tiny little islands between Miami and Miami Beach. Mega yachts. I'm really surprised there's not a gate here that I can just get down and look at this guy's huge old yacht out of the water. Got the usual tourist beach strip scene going on down here. We got this guy playing Cuban style music, which I'm not really into. Absolute bedlam in this tourist zone right here. It seems like just a little tension or anger and this would turn into a war zone. Until then, you got that chick. There's some cool cars to look at and there's just hot chicks to look at. I gotta be honest though, this just isn't my kind of scene. It's mayhem, it's college age kids running around. There's a lot of rich, bigger kids driving around playing extremely bombastic rap music in their dad's car. One positive I will tell you, there's the beach over there. You can camp out in there, guaranteed. Midnight curfew, but I guarantee you could just go in there and do it. Nobody's checking extremely. There's bushes. There's no point to being here. If you're not dressed exactly like everybody else in the group, there's no chance anybody's going to want to hang out with you. And I don't know anybody here. Nobody wanted to come on this trip. I wasn't going to just not come because of that reason, but I may bounce ASAP. Didn't want to have to do this, but gonna have to crash here on the beach because the silly bus, I misread the schedule. I'm crashing on the beach. There's a curfew at 12. It's past then. I'm hoping the cops aren't gonna show up. I'm hoping Horatio Kane and his team isn't gonna come up, if anyone understands that reference. It's good to do this once. I'm kind of just not feeling it. You look at all these condos, you know, people having a good time in there, and I'm down here basically being a bum. It wasn't terrible. It's actually a lot colder than I thought. I only had this little down blanket thing and it wasn't quite sufficient, but at least I didn't get hassled. There were guys driving around. You can see the traffic patterns here from the security patrol or whoever, but they didn't see me or hassle me in there. This trip is majorly getting long in the tooth. I think I'm gonna finish up what I can today and then I'm out of here. So there should be evening trains and I can't imagine that I would want to stay longer than one of those things. So I hang out at the beach a little bit more. I'm gonna try to find my Cuban sandwich. There was a viewer who offered and sent me money for a Cuban sandwich on PayPal, so I'm gonna follow through with that. And here we are, Robert. We're sending some bucks on PayPal so I can get this sandwich. Specifically earmarked it for that. That is good. And you got these plantain chips as well. They said they were chips, but pretty tasty. Wrapping up here on the beach. You know, I haven't seen every aspect of the entire city. There's some more neighborhoods and stuff, but I'm content. I think this is what matters. It's got to be by the water in order to be interesting here. So later today, I'm going to return to the yard and board an evening train north, which should go to Jacksonville. I mean, really, you look at all these chicks or whatever, and you're walking around looking like a home bum. It just doesn't work. Coming around on trains. All right, this is the time. I think this is the train. Darkest hours of the night. I just gotta wait for rideable cars. And it's not gonna happen. By the time I got up, no rides. There were a couple up front. I gotta be honest, fatigue wins here. I just didn't have it to get up and I tried, I was moving, I sandbagged. This train ain't happening. I'm so tired. It's because I haven't slept. I haven't slept at all in 4 or 5 days. For the second time, we're out of here. You got to be a pro to catch out of that yard. That is not an easy yard. Speed. Going about 15. Out of Miami. It's the darkest hours of the night. And I'm on this train. See this EMP? That's owned by Norfolk Southern / Union Pacific. This train's, at least this part of the train, guaranteed will make it the entire distance up to Jacksonville. A little disappointed the whole trip. Most of the trip's gonna be in the dark. This train is gonna rocket up there as soon as we get out of the limits here. Something really interesting about the scenery anywhere on here, it's just kind of woods and swamps and stuff. And another thing I wanted to say, it's not warm. You know, people think when you come to Florida that you're going to be warm. Look at this. I got this on. I still got this stuff out. It's probably only about 50 degrees here. Last night was legitimately cold on it. I believe we're coming into the yard. Pretty impressive time. The train left about 2 a.m. It's mid-morning right now. We're arriving in Jacksonville. Well, here we are. Kind of an anticlimactic finish to this Florida trip because, you know, I was expecting, I don't know what I was expecting, but we're here. That's the whole trip. It was a fast ride up from Miami. And I'm off here in the woods in Jacksonville. Pretty impressive. Florida East Coast Railway. That's about 300 miles. I'm guessing it was one crew. We left at about 2. It's about 10:30 right now. That's pretty reasonable, you know. Nothing amazing scenery-wise. I got to point out, it seems like in comparison to other regions of the country, it seems like these towns either weren't built on the rail, or if maybe there was other rails that have been ripped out, because we didn't really go through the town. St. Augustine, Daytona Beach, I didn't even really see anything of those towns. I think it'd be more fun to go south and have kind of the goal of Miami Beach and that beautiful water. There's nothing exciting here at all. I'm basically gonna hang out a little bit. I might go into town. I'm about ready to continue north. These are the FEC proprietary domestic containers here. Now I have not seen these up north as far as on NS or CSX, but I'm gonna start looking for them. I can't imagine that these terminate here in Jacksonville. It wouldn't really be logistically sensible to just send them that far. So I'm gonna start looking for these on the trains north of here now. Now, what are the differences between FEC and a lot of the other railroads? Well, first of all, it's smaller. You've just got Jacksonville to Miami, 300 something miles. All these trains that I've been seeing, they're all running with stacks, auto racks, and general manifest all on the same train, which is pretty unique. Usually when you see on BNSF, CN, you know, UP, CSX, Norfolk Southern, you're not gonna see a consistent mix of cars. You're either gonna get intermodal or you're gonna get all GM. That's not the case here. Stobe the Hobo here in Jacksonville, Florida, preparing for the return trip to Missoula, Montana. I've been down in Florida just enjoying this nice weather. When I left Montana, essentially it was frozen rivers and all that stuff. Look at this. It's like 70 degrees out here right now. It's great. Drinking a lot of beer, enjoying the sights. It's time to return, and it's going to be pretty much a big grind getting back. I'm not terribly excited about it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So the plan is as follows: depart Jacksonville on CSX, hopefully just one train to Birmingham, Alabama. From there, I haven't totally hashed it out. I'm either gonna get BNSF or NS West to either Dallas or Tulsa. I haven't decided on that yet. And then from there, I think I'm gonna go back down to Tulsa or up to Dallas, depending on which one I get to first. And then somehow or other back to Denver. And then from there, I'm gonna get another couple trains up to Missoula. It's gonna be a massive amount of work. Hoping it's gonna be nice and warm. This train here, this is crossing the bridge going south to where it's warm. And it's not gonna be freezing up there because I'm accustomed to the warm weather now, and I don't really have any desire to go be cold again. It's March 18th, so hopefully this nonsense is done further north in here. The next day here, they're building this. I'm pretty sure this is the right train to Chicago. That should be leaving about 4. I'm hanging out with Travis, who's one of the YouTube fans, drinking a few beers. He's not going to be able to go because he has a job. He's part of the work-a-day world. And he's fortunately helped me out with the ride up here and stuff. We got beer in the cooler. I'll update in a bit here when it's time to go. So we got to do, walk up to the throat. That train's going to back up and pick up these strings here. And then he's going to depart north. This is a high priority Chicago train. This yard, it's a pretty active yard, I guess. I mean, we're thinking all the activity out of Florida kind of comes through here. In Florida, 19 million people. So that's a lot of intermodal coming in and out of Jacksonville. Some of it's going further south, the Florida East Coast Railway. A lot of it's getting unloaded as well at this ramp, which I think is interesting because Jacksonville is not that big. But this ramp is unloading a good, couple hundred containers a day. A cooler of beer. You shouldn't be out in the open like this, folks. This is a little more sensible, walking in these woods. I don't think we're in gator territory, right? What? Dangerous reptiles in here? No. All right, he's putting another cut of cars on, and then he's gonna pull out, and I believe is gonna put another cut on after that. And that's when he stops the first time that I'm gonna try to find a ride. All right, he's picking up the other string. Now I believe he's gonna stop soon and then back up, and then I can make the move to get on. You see the worker? He's switching the train. They're gonna pick up one more cut. And when the train stops again, backing up, I've gotta be on board. That's gonna be the last time I can get unstopped. All right, dude, thanks for everything.
You're welcome. Good meeting you.
Yeah, you too. We got a cooler of beer here. This thing, it seems romantic, this styrofoam cooler, but they just fall apart. Got all my stuff. Time to head north. Next stop, Birmingham. There we go. Travis. Should be an interesting ride. It's got trains going in all kinds of directions. This train's going all the way to Chicago. There's no reason it would mess around here. Outskirts of Waycross. This is Waycross! That's north. That's the way to Savannah and Charleston. That's the big old yard there. There's a huge old yard right down that direction there. And my train, we're just blitzkrieging through. We're not messing around here. LaGrange, Georgia. If you watched Atlanta to Alabama, I would have gone through and crossed over this track. It's a four-way junction. It's somewhere right around here. It's the darkest hours of the night. This is the same place I went through on that episode. I don't know if I can even see the junction. The last time I went to Montgomery from Atlanta, this time I crossed that junction. I'm going to Birmingham from Waycross. Must be Birmingham. Never been here before. Big old abandoned, train station here. Doesn't look like anything's coming through here anymore. Smokestacks. Alright, off the train here. I'm just gonna camp here. It's one of those things, you never know if it's a safe spot to camp or not, but this is what I'm picking. It looks pretty reasonable. Up here, this is a very far north edge of town, is the CSX yard. Not a lot of activity at the second. Main lines coming in here. Here in the darkest hours of the night, and I'm gonna have to walk and quite a distance into town, and then I'm gonna have to transfer to the Norfolk Southern Yard. And that's a good 8 miles east of town, so that's a mild annoyance. I need to be over there in time to get the Atlanta to Dallas train. I think it leaves Atlanta around 9-10 p.m., which means it should be pulling in here. I need to be in position by midnight, and I'll be there sooner than that. For the southeast, I'm really impressed. This is a clear river. I may have to jump in a couple hours when it gets hot. Folks may be thinking, oh, you gotta be dirty and gross all the time if you do this. It's not actually the case. I just got pretty clean. I got these. You can get a pack of 3 of these at the Dollar Tree, these wipes. And then I got a bottle of water. I was able to basically get clean with not even a full bottle of water and those wipes. And then I've got this clippers. These are a good deal. I'll give a free plug for this. It's battery powered. You can charge it up. It's good for 3 or 4 times before you got to plug it in. It keeps you looking, reasonable enough. And long story short, I feel very fresh and clean right now after camping out in this zone here, which at first glance maybe appears grubby and disgusting. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to head into town, and nobody will know that I was on the train, and that's kind of the goal with me. I don't want people to look at me any different than anybody else. All right, so this is Birmingham. There's a lot of trains through here. You got NS and CSX. You got them crossing right about there and coming through downtown. If you look at the directions on the maps, I think this may have more directions out of it than any other spot. Because you've got, let me try to list them here. Nashville, Jacksonville, Montgomery on CSX, and then NS, Macon, Memphis, Meridian, Atlanta, Chattanooga. So that's 8 directions. It's old brick going on here. We're always into the old brick. So that's a good sign so far. It's Publix chicken special. It's pretty much as good a chicken as you're gonna find around here. I was trying to find some local chicken, but I gave up and just got Publix, and it's pretty good. So there's a pretty decent main line coming through here. Both CSX and NS are joined up coming through town, and then further up there, CSX branches off, NS goes straight. There's more forks further down there too. This place was big in the civil rights movement. You can you didn't know that, back in the 60s, and a lot of that southern stuff, southern history going on here. Right now, there's pretty much nothing interesting going on around here. While it looked like there used to be jazz clubs and blues clubs and all that stuff. All that stuff's pretty much shuttered now. Going on here in this park in Birmingham, I've got the tour guide for the occasion. I've got Michael here. Tell us all about this park. What's going on?
Well, Michael's just not going to tell you about the park. Michael is going to tell you about the legacy, about the museum, about the church, about the park itself. We have true history here. This is very true history.
This park,
this park, the museum, the Civil Rights Museum, the 16th Street Baptist Church.
That one over there.
16th Street Baptist Church is really, really true history.
How long have you been here in this city, you know?
I've been here going on 25 years. I came here from New York, and I find it very, very interesting. How y'all doing? Yeah. Young people, word of advice here. Word of advice is you don't mind your man. This is a serious matter here. We have to obey our parents. When you obey, you will live a long, productive life.
Reverend King, he's up here.
Yes, that's him. That's him. He was no taller than me. He wasn't a tall.
So he's like 5'10".
Yeah, he was just my size. And people talk to me about Reverend King. He was just a powerful speaker. And I look at my leaders these days. They just don't get it. They just don't hit the message. What happened there that day on May 23rd when we were sprayed by water hoses? You see a water cannon there.
I just see people getting hit by water, but I don't see any.
The actual scenery.
Like fire hoses?
Yes.
Like fire trucks?
By Birmingham Fire Department. That's what happened.
That's a lot of force in those things.
It was a lot of force. Bull Cannons told them to turn the hoses up.
Yeah.
That's after the first day. That's the second day this happened.
Yeah.
Because the first day it happened, on May 23rd, he had jailed all of us. He just didn't put us in jail. He put us in the prisons, where we didn't have a lot of. He actually put us in cow pastures.
We're talking about the bomb. The KKK guys set off a bomb here.
21 sticks of dynamite.
Where did they set it off exactly?
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you.
Let's check it out.
I'm gonna show you. The 4 young black ladies. Look at that picture.
So the KKK blew up these 4 girls here. Wondering what this was. Okay.
The 4 young ladies.
Yeah.
Look at them. Just having fun.
At least they got the guys who did it. So it was here, you're saying?
Yes. Look at the mayor. That's the mayor. That's Bull Connors.
Bull Connor. That face there. People have seen that face before.
People don't understand why. And you know something? I talk to white people, and people don't even realize why this building was bombed. And I'm gonna show you in a few minutes why it was bombed.
We're going. Is this stuff gonna be safe over there?
What? Myself? They call that Michael's bench. Nobody messes with Michael's bench.
I got our beer is over there.
Nobody messes with Michael's bench.
Got a 6-pack of cold beers.
Nobody messes with Michael's bench.
All right.
Hey, sugar. The bomb occurred where we stand at right now. Blew half this church away. What happened was the 3 white men who blew it away, they eased into this area with 21 sticks of dynamite, walked up to the stairwell and planted the bomb. The bomb actually was supposed to ignite that Saturday night, but it didn't designate until that Sunday morning. And it brought Birmingham to the map where President Kennedy said this. What the hell is going on in Birmingham? What the hell? Why is this mayor jailing all these kids? Why is this mayor sending these kids, sicking the dogs on these kids?
And you're Jordan, the first female I've ever had on my show, which is cool.
Actually, all these young people at the ages of 18, 19, 21 years old are out here on these streets. They don't have no morals. They don't have no kind of issues about themselves.
The young people.
They walk around here with their pants hanging all off of them. The young ladies got their hair looking like a rooster. They don't have no kind of respect, no remorse for themselves. If you go down here to these churches that feed people, that actually feed people.
Well,
no, you're not. Let me finish. That actually feed people. That actually clothe people. That actually let people get their haircuts free. If you ask me something about Birmingham, I don't want to tell you nothing negative. I want to tell you things that's going on.
Where is the jazz club?
The jazz club.
That's what I'm into.
Is right here on.
I'm letting him answer it all.
Good, because you don't know where's the nearest jazz club.
You know.
Well, I saw one here, but I couldn't tell if any.
Don't say nothing. Don't
He
say
said
nothing.
don't interrupt him. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You know.
Where's the nearest jazz club, young lady?
You know.
Go ahead. You know. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
The nearest jazz club, sir. The nearest jazz festival is the Carver Museum, right here.
Yes, and down the street.
Now it's now she know. Now she know.
Who doesn't know about the Carver Museum?
Now is this a swimming pool here? It's really hot. I'd like to take a dip. What is the policy if I just get in this pool? Is that a problem?
Yeah, that is.
That's a problem. I mean, look at this.
Actually,
it's like 95 degrees out here. So I'm down here at the NS Yard. Now the NS Yard is actually a ways out of Birmingham. It's here in Irondale, it's called. So as you can see, decent amount of protection if things go nuts.
Good?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
All right.
Cool. He seems like a nice guy. That's the yard I'm gonna get on. There's only one train a day that goes the way I want to go. Basically, NS from here just goes out of this way. It's either going New Orleans, Memphis, or Mobile. On NS track, however, there's one that goes on to KCS track in Meridian, and that's the one I want, to Dallas. I think it should be the only container train that comes through here. All right, here we go. The signals, the crew is on. As soon as one of those turns, namely the one I think on the right, I gotta get on the train. Absolutely fatigued beyond belief right now. I'm so tired of just getting up at these hours. It's like, again, it's 4. It seems to be very consistent whenever I get on. I have not slept, but I've got a good amount of cold beer. So that's the good news. This train is gonna go to Dallas. I think I'm staying on the train. I'm not doing anything else. I'm staying on all the way there. I'm just gonna run up and get on. So I've got too much stuff to wait till he starts to move. All right, I'm going. I'm so tired. I'm fatigued. The pack's too heavy. I need a real legit break again. I've been gone from having a bed, I don't know, 8 days. I left on the 13th from my bed the last time, and I need another major break in a bed again, and I'm not gonna get it. In Dallas goes Irondale, the police station, at this cute little downtown that looks deserted. I'm about to hit the hay, I'm exhausted. Creeping through downtown Birmingham again. Going the other direction this time. I'm starting to think not got on the right train. It barely left Birmingham. This is like 4 hours after I got on that thing. And I'm going past this yard right now, which is game over. Obviously, I'm going past it. I don't know if this train is gonna back into it or what, but there's something wrong. Something's not right now, I can tell you. I cannot possibly understand how this could happen, and I don't know about it, but this fucking train is not going any further. And it looks like this yard is extremely far from anything. I don't know how I'm gonna get out of here. I don't know what's gonna happen. Got on the right train. It barely left Birmingham. This is like 4 hours after I got on that thing. And I'm going past this yard right now, which is game over. Obviously, I'm going past it. I don't know if this train is gonna back into it or what, but there's something wrong. Something's not right now, I can tell you. I cannot possibly understand how this could happen, and I don't know about it, but this fucking train is not going any further. And it looks like this yard is extremely far from anything. The kind of nonsense I just don't care about anymore. Yeah, the conductor's way back there. They're gonna back the thing into the yard. Look at this. What am I supposed to do? Why do they do this? Why does NS do this? It's so ridiculous. All right, so my train's backing up. I'm gonna get off the train at some point. This guy just pulled up and stopped. And he has 4 yard goat engines. It's a long train. I'm debating getting on this. I'm pretty sure the line would follow 20 all the way to Meridian, Mississippi, which is where I gotta get to anyway. I can just get on and hope I don't. It's the only option that I see. And I'm hoping that that's not some just total local, but it could be. But this is terminating here. Ridiculous. Terminating here way west of Birmingham. Well, I don't know why this guy just pulled in and stopped. I'm gonna get on this. I'm not really happy about the engines. It's got yard goat engines. But as far as I can tell, the train's about 70 cars long. And anything this direction should be going as far as Meridian, at least. So I'm gonna get on, and that's where I gotta switch anyway. So I'm just gonna get on this train. Here we go. This was good luck that this train stopped. I sure hope it's going the distance. I couldn't tell you though, it's got yard goats on the front. Northern Alabama right here. Well, I had a negative feeling that this could happen. The entire train may be breaking up in Tuscaloosa, which is backing up. I think we're completely breaking up the train here. Completely off the mains. I mean, I can leisurely get my stuff together and get out of here, but this is ridiculous. I'm gonna guaranteed be delayed by at least a day. We're going. I can't tell if we're taking it apart or we just added some on the back. Maybe you just added them on the back, you know? We're going forward again. I haven't broke air. I haven't heard the air break on. The air just broke. This is going no further. What I just saw though, Amtrak. I'm right by the Amtrak station. I checked the schedule on my phone. I can get back to Birmingham or up to Meridian fast, and both the trains are coming. I'm gonna get off this train and pick one of those. Well, thankfully I've got enough dough to get a Scamtrack ticket. It's only 20 bucks. I'm just gonna ride back to Birmingham and try again tonight with the same train. I pretty much think I know what the problem was. As I was watching last night, the right train came past. After mine had already left, it kind of overtook the train I was on. It had KCS units, so that's got to be the indicator. It's about the same time. Ridiculous. The train I was on would have been the 22Q, which is going to that yard, and whatever, we all make mistakes, but my mistake is going to cost me $20 and a day, which in this case isn't that big of a deal. Little deserted town of Irondale, and then here's the tracks. There's a lot of trains. There is a ton of trains coming through this area. You got the main line a couple tracks over. This guy's putzing into the yard. If you want to see trains, this spot here in Irondale, you will not see more anywhere else. Again, this is the Irondale little, it's really a rail fan area. It's not called that. This is one of the top rail fan areas I've seen. Trains just creep in and out of the yard here. And then over there you got main lines. That's a UP led train. I'm not sure which one that is. The police station is right on the other side of the tracks, but they're nice. And how would they even get over here when you got the crossing just non-stop blocked by these trains? So highly recommended. What's going on? Waking up here on Wednesday morning. I ended up staying another day because I realized that I haven't really enjoyed anything here yet. And then I was walking around the basically the west leads going into the yard, which is here. Believe it or not, that yard area is just right around that curve. Well under a mile. Look at this camping here. I just decided to camp out. Get a legit night's sleep. I didn't realize that it's so close to Birmingham you'd have this mountain park atmosphere. There actually is a mountain park up there I'm gonna go hike around in. These tracks here go into the yard, and then this here, this is the main. It's kind of hard to figure out. I mean, you look at this and you would not expect a big yard right around this corner, but there is. And here you got pine woods. If you know anything about the South, once it gets a little warmer, the bugs and everything else gets out of control. Mosquitoes. So here it's March 21st. It's a good day to be out here. It's nice, cool breeze still, and nothing out of control. I'm gonna hang around another day, and then should be on the train to Dallas tonight, barring any more unforeseen issues such as this. I'm giving this Irondale Yard one of the top votes for hobo-friendly spots in the country. It's just, look at this mountain, can't remember exactly the name of it. This park. The train yard is is like literally a mile that way. You got hiking. Look at this, it's probably more pretty in the summer with green leaves, but at the same time it's overridden with mosquitoes. So I'm pretty glad I'm here right now. The thing I haven't spotted is a river. That's what we need. And then the beer, it's close enough, but it's not super cheap. A 12 pack of Yingling is like 13 bucks, which isn't awful. There's not really any good deals on beer, but I'm happy. I could stay here a week, honestly, if I had time. Yards down the hill, and then you've got the, cold beer and the liquor store is another mile past that. Look at this. This is a place you could stay for a solid week and still probably not even be ready to get on the next train. Here at the yard entrance, I mean, you just wouldn't expect that this is a big yard. This is way out here in the woods. Look at this. Right up here you got that park. Well, here we are. Attempt number 2 to head west. God, police station is right there. There's the train tracks. Anyway, My train should be coming in the very, very darkest hours of the night. And make sure I don't misidentify it this time. So I get in position again, get on, and hopefully stay on to Dallas. 90% sure this is the right train. It's got a KCS front engine. I cannot overstate the fatigue right now that I'm feeling. Extreme fatigue. Far too late to switch trains now. I got a darn flat spot too, damn it. No way to tell. Anyway, I'm going to bed. This little area. I'm out of here. Train's approaching Meridian, Mississippi, and basically this whole line all the way to Dallas is just going to be paralleling I-20. I think that's it over there. I can hear the sound of a road, and it's not anything amazing scenically, but just woods like this. I imagine this is basically what it's going to look like all the way till about Texas, because I've been to Shreveport. I've been that far east. And you got occasional swamps going on. You got, we've got birds now showing up. Spring is springing here. It's second day of spring. These are the kind of woods where you walk in about 30 feet and you're lost. Maybe not this exact spot, but you can see this is thick stuff. And again, I've been saying this. This is the time to be on this route, or maybe earlier in the year. The mosquitoes, the bugs become impossible to deal with in these areas once it gets a little later on. I'm kind of surprised they're not already here, you know, and I'm glad they're not. And we've got the heat starting to show up. It was chilly last night, but the heat that's showing up right now, it's making me realize it's starting to be time to start heading further north, because this place in the summer is just, it's unbearable. Meridian, Mississippi. Maybe on a different trip I'll stop off and check this town out. I don't really have time or motivation right now. It's super hot right now and I'm just worn out from the trip. I think I'll make a point to stop here again. There's a lot of industry going on here, but I'm just gonna stay down and we'll be out of here shortly, I hope. So now we're splitting off Norfolk Southern, which is there, and now we're taking, it's going to be Kansas City Southern track the remainder of the way to Dallas. The Meridian Speedway it's called. I don't know if that means that it's really fast or what, but it's called Meridian Speedway, here to Dallas on KCS. So far, nothing fast about this. This is ridiculous. It's called the Meridian Speedway, but I don't know why. There's no speed. Look at this, it's like 20 mph at the most, all the way from Meridian. I've been going at this speed for hours. Look at that nice river though. I wish we'd stop so I could jump in that river. It is extremely hot, and the train is just creeping. This is like, I don't know, 45 minutes after the last update. Look at this speed. Maybe they've got track worker going on or something. As usual, I didn't bring enough beer for this. Look, there's not enough beer. You would need a keg of beer. This is like 4 days to Dallas. I just brought a 12-pack. I'm already down to like the last 4 beers. I'm just gonna run out of beer. That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna run out of beer. Again, ridiculous. the Canadian National Main Line. This is Jackson, Mississippi here. Doesn't look like there's much going on in town. Finally, the train started making progress. The train is well inside Louisiana. The landscape, we had a lot of pine trees, and those are gone. It's not a sign of those anymore. That said, I'd say the landscape here is not really any different as all the way down to New Orleans. And also to the other end of the state, when I came through Shreveport last time, and that big pig was chasing me. That was just like this. I get going soon. That is guaranteed mosquito central right in there near Monroe here. I'm just gonna stay on board into Dallas, so it's gonna get dark and I'm gonna be on board and probably get to Dallas sometime either in the darkest hours or tomorrow morning. Here, this is Louisiana. Again, it's not really a terribly exciting place to see. I was pointing at the other time a little bit. Boardwalk right there. There's the horseshoe where I stayed last time, I think. Yeah. Look at all this. This time I'm just going straight through. There's the Red River. It doesn't seem like there's a big crowd at any of these riverboat looking casinos. Not much going on there. Well, according to my cell phone, isn't that convenient to have a cell phone on the train? I think I should just get off here. The KCS yard is up there. I'm on this bridge. I think there's a guardrail, not a guardrail, a walkway on this side I can manage with. That should be the whole trip into Wiley. I'm gonna get off and hopefully not end up in that lake. And if I do, hopefully it's deep. Well, fortunately, I've got a viewer here giving me a ride on this dam. This is not near any, like, you know, store as far as I can tell, or bus system, but it's close to a pickup spot here at this parking lot by Owen. So this is Owen. It's dark. His shadowy figure. Owen, you're all of 19 years old, and you're a fan of Stobe the Hobo somehow or other.
Yes.
We're in Wiley, Texas. This is near Dallas, somewhere close, right? I mean,
yeah, we're about 15 miles to the east.
And how'd you get turned on to Stobe the Hobo?
Well, you know, just started hanging out around the Wiley yard about 6 months ago and started looking at videos on hopping freight trains, and you were the first thing that came up.
Nice. And now he's been converted. On Stobe the Hobo, I'm here with Owen. Look at how cute and young he is. Yeah. A young sprout who's getting into trains. This is the south side, I believe, of where the Tulsa train should be coming in. I'm not positive. I just saw one leaving, going that way. That's south. This is Irving. This is not Dallas. Not much going on. It looks pretty basic. You could just sit in that grass with some beer, hang out. I assume it'll be going very slow. Entering track warrant control territory. Now what does that mean? That means no more signals. That means all switches are going to be thrown by hand. Like this, even the sidings and everything on the main line. And that indicates, you know, less priority, not as fast. Honestly, it seems like I could just park in this grass with some beer and wait till the train comes. What's your assessment, Owen? What's your assessment? I think just waiting right here.
Yeah.
Where's the nearest place that sells beer? That's the only thing we gotta figure out. And chicken. I could go for some chicken. And I'm not doing it today. This is gonna be probably tomorrow or the next day. Be going along the Young Sprout some of the way. The intermediate crew change is Madill, or I don't know how you say it. Maybe to Tulsa. Because you don't drink beer. That's kind of ridiculous.
Hey, I can foot the bill for it though.
Whoa! Whoa! He's invited. He is now officially on the A-list for this trip up to Tulsa. Up here at the north end of the yard, it's kind of confusing. That's a train. We got 2 road power units on there, led by BNSF 9714. Why would a northbound have wood? You got wood there, and you got that wood there. That's Sierra Pacific wood. It makes absolutely no sense that this would be going north. Unless they've got wood that comes from somewhere else in the country I don't know about. In order to be totally sure what's going on, I need to determine what kind of wood that is. Spruce, pine, all that. I thought Sierra Pacific is all from the West Coast, Pacific Northwest, etc. But this is an apparent northbound train in Dallas that's carrying it. So I don't know, maybe there's some weird routing that it goes on. But this yard's pretty basic. There's not a lot going on here at the moment. I don't even know if anybody's in that yard office. What's going on? Owen took off. He's got stuff to do. And a nice viewer got me this motel. I've had a final chance to get a good night's sleep, which is about time. And the plan, it's time to get out of Dallas. I haven't even really gone into Dallas. This is on the outskirts. There's really no point in dealing with this because the traffic here is so atrocious. I don't know how there aren't more road rage incidents going on here all the time. So the plan is to go down to Irving, and I'm hoping the Tulsa train is not as scarce as it looks. Waiting for the bus to get to the train yard, and here we go, pack number 2. This just ripped completely off while I'm wearing it. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't understand why everything is such shit quality today that I get. And it's, granted, I've gotten a few secondhand items. I don't know what to do. Look at this. How does this happen? How on earth does this happen? I now have no pack, and I'm a long way from the train yard. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. This is frustrating because this is the second pack on this trip. And I just wonder, like, why can't this be done? Is this something that can't be done to make a pack that lasts? I mean, look at these. This is on there. This is on there. But the straps are attached to this garbage, which is like junk. A little bit later here at the spot in Irving, and there's a lot of trains going the opposite direction right now, which is a little annoying. I've got cold beer, which ameliorates the situation, I'd say, because I'm getting a little impatient. I want to get on and over with this trip, and I think I'm just gonna go get some chicken right now and come back here I'm just pointing out again, I think people get it. This is not some glorious thing. This is where I'm hanging out. Look at this. You want to hang out in these dead leaves for like, I don't know how long. It may be tomorrow before the train comes. Enough about that. I'm here on my own volition. To add some commentary on this, you know, it's not that this isn't cool. I mean, this could be cool. Cool is what people think is cool. I think the problem is that it's very isolated out here. And people in general like to be around other people. I'm a person as well. And I wouldn't mind some company occasionally. There's never anybody out here. You see anybody here to hang out with? No, it's me drinking beer by myself as usual. And it's kind of lame because, I mean, this could be cool. There's far dumber things you could be doing right now. So it's a little disappointing. It'd be cool if more people were out here. More interesting, cool, intelligent people traveling around. We're checking out the country. It's your country. It's my country. There's nothing wrong with this. Always just me. I haven't met anybody on this trip by the train track. You know, it's pretty much resigned to just having to throw that garbage backpack on the train with no straps. Look at this. Army Navy store. This is right by where I was waiting. This is the new Stobe the Hobo pack. I got the new Army, whatever it's called, pack. I'm gonna try it out. This guy got me one for 70 bucks and it's in pretty good condition. I'll give a free plug here. Porter's Army Navy. That's a good price. That pack can hold a lot of beer and a lot of gear as well. I'm gonna go swap everything out into this pack and continue waiting. Just gotta switch out all this stuff from this pack to this. There's a lot riding on this. This is the military, maybe it's the current issue pack, you know, and I'm testing it out. I'm gonna determine if our troops are getting something that's good quality or garbage, because a lot of mil-spec stuff, I hate to tell you, is garbage, even though the troops are using it. Most important question about this pack is, how much beer can I put in it after I put in all my other stuff? I'm thinking you could put probably a 30 pack in there. Following morning here, and welcome back to FNBS territory. I've been waiting here, I don't know, like 18 hours. You got this little depot here. This is Irving. This is where the yard going to Tulsa is. There's nobody in there. There's been no sign of activity in this office at all. Can't say much more. It'd kind of be redundant. This is very common with FNBS. If you notice, basically it's been a long time since I've had a wait of this length. And here it is. FNBS, as soon as you get back to them, it's the lamest railroad in the country by far. I'm gonna risk going getting some beer and chicken right now. It is a nice location. This isn't outrageously miserable with green grass. It does look like it might rain. I'm gonna take this time to try to do a makeshift load of laundry here. A bucket. I don't have a bucket, so I'm gonna try to use this box that I pulled out of the trash can at the BNSF yard office. Nobody's in there. So rule number one, keep your eyes glued. Clothes here. I got nasty, disgusting clothes in there. I put a little soap in there. It's cheap dish soap, should be fine. Turn on the water, dump a little bit in there. Not gonna last long, obviously, because it's cardboard. Just kind of work it all around in here. One thing about being out here, I don't like being dirty and having dirty clothes. It's often unavoidable, but I don't like it. So when I got the chance, you need warm weather to dry it out. You need soap and you need water. And I may use this to actually bathe myself. This is actually working out pretty good. Do a quick rinse. Yeah, I've had is having a really durable plastic bag that you carry around with you. And basically, you can put the clothes in there with some soap and water and just shake it. And I've been looking for a bag like that. The last bag I found like that had ashes in it from the mortuary. So maybe I can find something like that. But it's got to be warm and a breeze helps so that stuff can dry out. So I got everything staged on this prickly bush. Finally some use for these malicious freaking bushes that go around here. We are officially 24 hours sitting on my arse in the vicinity of this yard with nothing going north. And I've seen 4 southbounds. I saw a loaded coal and 2 general manifest as well as a local all come through here. So I don't know, maybe they got directional running. I don't know what's going on here. I think FNBS is almost not worth traveling on. This only happens on one railroad, and it is FNBS. At some point I'm gonna get a Greyhound. However, I'm not ready to do that yet. This guy coming through. God, he ain't stopping here. He is not stopping here at all. They may be going slow. Down at the junction down here, I'm gonna walk down there. No sign of them stopping at the depot. Hey, I'm down where they're going slower. They're going slow here. That's my train. I gotta get on. Get on this thing, man. This is the last chance of my wits to make up for what's going on. I don't even have any beer either. It sucks. So, I'm on the train. I don't like this pack so far. It's too wide. Ordinarily I can throw the pack up here. It doesn't fit. Stupid, man. Stupid US Army garbage. So far is my opinion of that pack. Little north, train stopped. I think they're doing the crew change up here. And I just looked on my cell phone. There's a gas station that probably sells cold beer right up past the front of the train. So what we're gonna do, you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go get some beer. And basically, I'm gonna look if there's no crew on the train when I get up here. I'm gonna make a run for it. And if they're on, I'll see how close the gas station is. Taking apart a plane in that scrapyard. It's kind of interesting. I don't see a crew on there. This has got to be where they're putting the crew on now. Way north here. That means I've got at least 20 guaranteed minutes to go run and get beer and be back. Stuff is on the train. So we know what could happen if I F up here. So I got to get up here, take a look, and then I'm going to make sure there's not a crew van in sight. From the crew van arriving to the train leaving, 15-20 minutes. Here at the crossing, there's the train. It's on the mains. He's gonna book it when he's not pulling out of the yard track. When he goes, he's gonna go. Gas station's here. Let's go. Really further than it said on the map. It said a mile from where I was standing. We got here. I got 3 pretty big tall cans. Could never tell how much to get. Maybe the train's gonna sit there all day, and then I'm gonna have to make another trip. And what do we have here? Slowest, least priority railroad you can get on. For once, pays off. We got no crew on the train. I've got a bunch of beer. Not have enough beer. I'm wondering if I'm gonna need to get another amount of beer at some point. What if the thing's here at dark? Then what do I do? I'm looking at this. This train could be here all day. I'm not happy about that. I thought I'd be in Tulsa already. I haven't even left town. I was waiting here more than 24 hours for this. This is absolutely something I don't recommend. Unless you've got unlimited time, which I don't. I'm just trying to ride FNBS on one of their shorter lines. I'm gonna have to make another beer run because I think this is a train that's gonna just sit here again for 8 or 9 hours. So I got a book I'm gonna read. I'm reading The Martian, right in my little log book and everything, but this is it. I'm sitting on here, it's getting dark. It looks like there's an extreme storm brewing north of here. Could be in for extreme conditions going north. I heard there's a tornado warning and all that stuff in southern Oklahoma. That was a really long wait. Yeah, Dallas, Texas. Semblance of sense is now over with FNBS. I'm only 25 miles north of where these things stopped last overnight. And now we're backing up, and we're legitimately backing up. I don't know why. We backed up a long way. I'm wondering if we're backing the train all the way home. Making this up, we are legitimately backing up. We've backed up about 2 miles. So maybe the engine's broken? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I hate FNBS. After sitting all night, we're backing up. All right, we're headed north again. I'm gonna guess the switch up here was broken, so they had to back out of the thing and get in from the backside of the siding slide down in. Northbound, far too long to wait. I'll never bother with this nonsense again. beyond what I was expecting for Oklahoma, going across that huge lake. And then you got a lot of woods and, you know, that kind of red dirt thing going on here. It's not just like boring plains like it was in Texas. Even though it was a really long wait for this train, I'm glad it stayed over last night so I could come through here in the daytime. This is really cool scenery. Look at that. All the way up here from Dallas about. This is the Madill, Oklahoma crew change area. And it'd be nice to get off. Look at this. But unfortunately, I wasted so much time in Irving, and until basically I started to get up here. I just don't have the time, and this underscores kind of one of the concepts with cargo train travel is unfortunately a lot of times you end up wasting time at these crappy spots like Irving, and then you don't have the time for this. This is awesome looking. So again, if you somehow have intelligence on how to get on the train and get out of the crappy areas fast so you can get to here, you need to figure that out, because this is way better than Irving. Alright, I can hear what they're doing. They're tying the train down right now, which means I think there's time to just run up, just to go not too far, make a quick run, and try to get some more beer and supplies. Well, here's Madill or Maydill. Pleasant little town. These towns are really out of the way. There's not much going on here, but that's a good thing. It's a pretty small town. I think it's only about 1,000 people here. Southern Oklahoma, right near Lake Texoma. Entering Oklahoma, I think one interesting feature is these woods you start to get into. See, this is almost has the appearance of like the northern pine forest, but we're very close to Texas here in southern Oklahoma, but you can see this is thick, kind of near that Ozark area. I don't think we're in it. But you see, these aren't really total pine trees, but they're kind of a hybrid. I mean, look at this. Look at this vine thing snaking up there. This Maydill or Madill yard is one of the nicest spots I've seen to wait for a train. You could just be in those woods. Just due to the way things have been going right now, I think I'm gonna leave. I waited more than a day in Irving. I don't know how frequently this Houston to Tulsa train runs. That's the one I'm on right now. I'm gonna keep going. I don't know what else to tell you. This is the worst train. This is the worst train by far margin. I can't comprehend how they can be this slow and it doesn't matter. Now we're stopped again on the main line. We were stopped. We took about 3 hours to pick up some cars about a mile back, and now we're stopped again for absolutely no apparent reason. This train isn't going to make it today up there. It's still like 150 miles to Tulsa. 3 days. 3 fucking days. From Dallas to Tulsa. That's like a 270 mile drive. It's unbelievable. I don't understand how they can pay, because they're gonna have to pay for another crew to take this the rest of the way up there. This crew ain't gonna make it up there on 12 hours. It's impossible. We've already been gone 6 hours and we've gone about 20 miles. I don't get it. I don't know how it works. I don't know how the railroad is in business. I don't understand it, but there's only one railroad that does this, and it's FNBS. I'm done. I can't take it anymore, and there's no way to hitchhike, there's no way to get a bus, there's nothing. I am trapped until this thing gets there, and I'm running low on water, and I'm out of food. Alright, so I'm up here. I walked up a little ways from where I was sitting on my car. There's obviously some kind of problem. Definitely if you're these guys, because your company is now completely blocked off from access because of this moronic BNSF train. So my confusion is with this railroad. I'd just like to explain a few things. This train has used a bunch of different crews just to get up here from Irving, because we went forward about 25 miles, stopped, and another crew was put on to Madill. Another crew was put on to here. Crews can only have 12 hours on the clock. Just 12 hours on the clock, which means that the chances of this train's crew making it the whole distance are getting pretty small. We left at about noon, and it's about 6:30 or maybe even 7. So FNBS, the railroad, has to pay for the crew that took it here, and it has to pay for the crew that takes it to Tulsa. This has to cost extra money. Additionally, you've got the line completely backed up, meaning southbounds also may have crews running out of hours coming down here. You've also got this ridiculousness here. You notice through here, there's a quarry, and that's building trains. There's outbound trains out of there. So any trains coming out of that quarry are blocked as well. Meaning, this has to be an issue for somebody. And yet it just seems to be always what is going on with FNBS Railroad. The problem for me is that I'm completely out of supplies except for 2 little bottles of water. This road doesn't go anywhere, you know, this goes nowhere. I'd have to give up and hitchhike back to Madill. I don't have any food, I don't have any beer. It's crazy. It's beginning to be an issue. Now again, if there's an emergency and I just completely ran out of water, I'd run up to the front engines and I'd, you know, hopefully someone would be in there and I could get some water from them. Point being that this is the most absurd train from hell I've ever been on. This is the train from hell. I've gone basically 130 miles in well over 24 hours. My theory about why this railroad is definitely the worst in the country, it could just be that it's privately owned. You can't buy stock in BNSF. It's owned by Warren Buffett. Here's some more nonsense going on. This car is just leaking a bunch of sand out. How much of that is just gonna totally pile up here while we wait? It's a very big hourglass. I wonder when time's gonna run out. This car will probably be empty of sand before the train leaves. Look at that little white shower on the ties there. Thing you've got to realize about this with trains, if you don't get on a line that runs, you're risking spending all your time in crappy spots like this and not at the cool areas. For instance, I've got a viewer in Tulsa who's offered unlimited beer and unlimited food while I'm there. Well, he's got a few days that he can do it. One of those is today. Today's not going to happen. I'm spending the night somewhere around here. This is what southern Oklahoma looks like. It's not bad. Later, some Hudson out of there. And stopped again, less than a mile later. Marooned till the train leaves. I've got a train. The train's got to be broken down. We're tied down again a little bit further than where we were. See right in there, there's no crew on board. This guy's here. I think he may be trying to fix something. That guy's railroad. He's got the stripes on his car. There's no crew. So I mean, this is a long time from anything being fixed, and I got to figure out. I don't know if there's any place to get food. I have no food. I'm almost out of water. I don't have any beer, obviously. And this is what it looks like. I mean, eventually something's got to give. We're on the main line. We're not supposed to be here. This is not supposed to happen. They're gonna have to fix this, and it's got to move. We're blocking up traffic from both directions. It appears they're showing up with another unit faster than I thought. That's the crew van right there. You can't even see me. And we have another engine coming in. Please may this be the end of this nonsense. It's hard to focus because it's dark. He's backing the engine up. All right, they're attached. I'm gonna make my way back to my car. Stobe the Hobo, darkest hours tonight. They got a new engine on the point. I'm really hoping we're out of here. I'm just going to sleep. I'll wake up wherever. Out. Alright, I believe the train is coming in the very extreme darkest hours of the night into Tulsa. I don't know where to get off. I'm just gonna, if we stop, I'm gonna get off. Probably. That's it. That's the train from hell. And that's it. I've had enough of it. So I got to the spot in Irving at 3 on Saturday. I waited 24 hours just to leave on a train going north. And this is ridiculous because there were 4 going south in the same period. I got basically a little bit north of town where the train waited another 7 hours. At that point, the train took off and then spent another 8 hours further north by about 20 miles. Finally, the train left in the morning on Monday, and we got to Madill. Everything seemed okay, but then we had to stop because of some kind of engine trouble for on and off another 8 to 10 hour waste of time. It's now 3 in the morning. I've just arrived in Tulsa. The line isn't that bad. I just don't know what to tell you. I think you got to get it here and go south. The southbound seem to run. I would not recommend that spot in Irving at all. So this concludes the train from hell. Out. Silly stops that often happens on FNBS. Anybody know where this is? Tell me where this is. I don't know. You can do 20 push-ups for all I care. But, you know, at these stops, it's kind of a good time for philosophy on things. Basically, I'm a deadbeat. I don't have a job right now. You know, I'm not really contributing and not paying taxes. But if there's something positive, I think you could say I have a lot of time for thought. So what are my thoughts going on? I mean, look at this. Where is it? Anybody know? I think about about Elon Musk a lot because he's a very smart guy. You know, really maybe the most smart guy in generations. And basically his goal is to go to Mars. And me, as the philosophical deadbeat, I just wonder, like, have you been here? I mean, look at this. This is not bad and this is cool. Have you been here? Or are you just focused on Mars? Look at these clouds. Look at that. Look at the texture of those clouds. A lot of times when you're out here just effing off, waiting for the train to go. I don't know what the problem is. I mean, we're blocking this crossing. It's obviously not an important enough crossing for it to matter. I was under the impression that, there's regulations about how long you can just sit on a crossing. But obviously, if there are, they're not being followed here. I've been here about an hour. A lot of times at these stops, you can look at the art on the cars. You got this, I don't know what that is, that brown paint. I don't know what that means. So a lot of times you wonder, what is wrong with me? Why am I out here doing this when everyone else my age is raising kids in a family with a job, putting, weekly, daily pictures on Facebook of them smiling with their friends and doing this and that. I'm out here getting rained on by myself. Times like this, we can turn to people who have been in the same situation before us. I've been noticing this tag Leo on this set of 53 mini well cars. He's there. He's been tagging. Let's see what he has to say about it. This guy, though, this brown guy was not considerate to paint over this guy Leo from the north, August 15. Chimp Shop Bull. I don't know what that means. As you see, we got one of these set of 3 rail cars. This is one car with 3, I don't know how you would describe it. 6 containers. It's technically one car because they're conjoined here. So this guy Leo, fortunately, wasn't painted over here. I wonder if this guy watches Stobe the Hobo. Leo from the north, same guy. Rhetorical answers. Leo was out here in the same situation, wondering what the hell's going on and when the train's gonna leave. We're on the main track. This is not a siding. We're blocking a crossing. It's FNBS Railway, so it's more likely you're gonna have these stops, definitely. Here's the 3rd car here. Same guy, same tag from the north. Even paranoids get murdered. It's a little bit more macabre, I thought. 8:15. I hope that guy isn't talking about me right here. I'm starting to feel more paranoid. Look at this. Weather is moving in, and I'm here. What you would hope for in this situation is for this to not be a suicide, because if this were a 48, you could get in here and be safe from the rain. But as you can see, that's not gonna work. It's looking like I may be getting pretty wet soon. This is ridiculous. I'd like to point that out. I think it's fair to point out there's a lot of time for thought on these trips. Nothing ever really happens. You just end up with the same, confused look on your face as when you began. There's not like a promised land thing out here. It's just a lot of waiting around, philosophizing, realizing you haven't really progressed or gone anywhere. Amplify what's going on here in this video times 100 or maybe even 1,000. And that's what the train is about. It's a lot of just sitting around doing nothing. This is interesting. I mean, somebody was here. This is a rider marker. This is a Sakura marker that's been sitting here quite a while. Look at this. This is done. This is absolutely, it's like powdered. It's been sitting here so long. I don't know what the deal is with this whole train thing, You just try to postpone reality and normal existence, and all of a sudden you realize you've powdered up like that marker. And the time went past. The time's going past here just as it's going past. In reality, over that hill, there's a town. Anybody tells me what that town is, there's some kind of prize. DVD, Canada by cargo train, postage paid free. You tell me what town is over that hill. And don't guess. I do not appreciate people guessing this nonsense. You need to know where this is. On the final note, this is the food I have. I have 2 pieces of bread on their own. I've got a beer left, and I've got a can of beans. And the question is, should I kill that stuff now? Or is this stop gonna be for a while? Think about when these stops happen. What if this is the time? What if now is when the nukes just hit somewhere else in the country? This is what would happen. The trains would stop, guaranteed. They'd shut the whole network down. How would you know? What would you do? Well, these days you turn on your cell phone, and I did, and there's nothing like that happening. It's just, oh, it's real FNBS. Here comes the rain. This is what happens out here. Just understand that. If this doesn't resonate with you, don't come try doing this. I'm gonna be drenched in probably 5 minutes, and there's tornadoes that come through here as well. So this is what it's about. Stobe the Hobo out. Once again, name the town right around that curve, and I will send a free copy of Canada by cargo train to your address. Out. Pitch dark. I can't locate my flashlight. This is a real problem. This is actually probably the worst problem that's ever happened. We're tied down again. Fucking BNSF, man. Fucking BNSF has tied the damn train down before we get to the place for however the fuck long. There is a serious rainstorm. I'm soaking through. Everything's getting drenched. I'm gonna have to go up and sit in the engines. There's no choice here. It's just not survivable. So I don't know how I'm gonna get my gear out. I'm in my bag. Everything's soaked. Look at this. It's like a wind with a sleet coming down. I hate this. I don't like to feature this in the episodes, but I have no option. I gotta get in the engine, or I'm gonna die. I don't know if I'm gonna die. That might be a little dramatic, but I'm not gonna do well. Back there, the stuff's blowing in that car. Much better. There we go. This is absurd. But I'm in here and that's better. Train going past. It's dark. Can't see it over there. I'm not sure if there's a crew on my train or not. The headlight was on, and now it isn't. But we're getting passed from the back. At least I'm in the engine. I mean, this is fine. But I don't have my stuff in here. I mean, the issue going on here, if it gets light, it's a very small looking town out there. Let's see if I can see it any better out there. This is horrible, this fog. This is the thickest fog I've seen. I'll be okay. I can't go back to that car. My stuff is soaked. I didn't even pack it up. It's not survivable if I'm back there. Well, we're out of here. There's got to be a crew up front. My stuff is way back on another car, about 25 back. I don't know how it's going to resolve, but I'm not going to freeze outside at least. And it's dark, but it's going to be light soon as we're approaching Trinidad, Colorado. Spring snow! April 4th, we got heavy snows coming in. I'm really glad I made it up here. Look at that, it's a blizzard going on. So the problem that I'm facing, this is the engine right behind the engineer and the conductor. I got no option but to be in here at this point. So the problem is that at some point they're gonna come in here, and I'm also looking at the front of the train and thinking they might set it out. I didn't mention this. There's tanks on the front of this train, army tanks. And I can't imagine that those are going past Fort Carson, which is not all the way to Denver. They might get set out in Pueblo. And that's basically, I have to get out of here at the next crew change, and I'm just gonna have to suck it up and deal with whatever happens. Because, you know, when they set something out, there's guys in here all the time. I can't be in here. Just pure snow, I'll be all right. Nothing was that soaked when I got out. However, if it's rain, it's gonna be a real problem getting up to Denver. Although I can get back in these engines later on, but I can't be in there when there's the chance of getting set out the cars behind here. CX is dark. There's about 20 cars with army tanks on them behind here. Through some dismal little New Mexico town. Got the scrub here. I don't like being right up by the units, believe me. I don't even like being in the engines, but looking at these conditions, could have withstood just being on the outside of the train on that car, except we had to stop and recrew. It's ridiculous. There's like a 2 or 3 hour stop there. Water was just dripping in, and I woke up and it was starting to seep in, and I knew very clearly that if I get cold and soaked on this, it could be very grim outcome. Closer to Trinidad, Colorado, where the next crew change is going to be. I don't know if I haven't decided. I mean, I could, you know, run back to my car. It's not terribly far back, or I could hide for the new crew to get on here. I mean, look at this. And look what I'm wearing. I got shorts on. I've got clothes back there. I don't know what's dry. It popped up out of nowhere, this storm, and more importantly, the train stopped for about 4 hours, so got a minor situation. The crew just came in. This is what happens when you're up here. I never advise being up here unless you have to. It was a survival level situation. So I have to get off. They're gonna drop me off here at this crossing. My stuff is back a ways is the problem here. And I need to get that stuff off, or possibly get on the train, just get on that car. I'd rather just get back on my car. If I can do that, I'm gonna try. Nobody's in trouble unless they're, you know, not being honest, but I gotta get my stuff, and obviously they don't want me to get back on the train. That was made very clear. Worst case scenario, if I can't get it, I could catch up with this train somehow. The train's going to Denver. I don't think the car, I'd have to go find it. I think it's possible they may be calling the cops. I just heard the dispatcher call the train. The train did not respond, as in there's something going on that I'm not hearing, and that's not good. 7 miles from Trinidad. This is not a good situation at all, because ordinarily I could say, oh, I was freezing and it won't work with BNSF. I'm in their system a lot of times already. So the second this slows down, I'm gonna bail and run. I'm gonna record my car number of my stuff, try to figure out a way I can figure out where the car is going, and I gotta be off this train as soon as I can. Well, here we are back there. Everything's here. Ran up last night to see if any was on there, and then the thing started going. I got an engine. I didn't expect this. So, whatever. I can survive to Denver. It's only 200 miles. Guaranteed. I got an extra blanket. I'm gonna put on some pants. This is the most dramatic change in weather I've ever experienced on one of these trips. I don't know if I just misread. I thought Amarillo said 70 for today. Well, it's sure the F ain't 70 up here. It's chilly. The bag is kind of wet. Unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable. This is the coldest day since leaving Montana in February. I'll make it. I'm not going to die. But other than that, it's not going to be very fun. You know, this deep grainer, which is generally a great ride because you're totally out of sight and out of the wind. Look at this. And the moisture, it's got this bar and it's just dripping over everything. And thank goodness I've got a tarp. Totally crazy. Look at that. Well, this is a good example of you just can never be positive what is going to happen on this. I mean, this is colder and worse weather than anything on this entire trip that began February 15th out of Montana. Look at this. Look at this snow. Did you remember yesterday? How the F would you expect this to happen? Now I got a tarp, you know, I got clothes. I'm going to survive. But I mean, I would have had to carry a parka the whole effing time to be prepared. And this would have been the first day I would have needed it on the entire trip. 200 miles to Denver. We're finally pulling out of this god-awful spot in Trinidad. 6 hours at least, just hunkered in here. It's not terribly cold. I'm guessing it's about 30 because there's liquid water on things. But hopefully this dripping will stop as we get moving because it's starting to drench my bag. We got to get going. This is dangerous to be in this conditions for too long, I would say. Oh my God! This is awful! Look at this. Look at this ridiculousness going on here. This Walsenburg, Colorado. Look at this speed. It's seriously one of the most intense snowstorms I can recall. In April, I've lived in Colorado. I'm from Colorado. I don't remember an April storm anything like this ever. That's this intense. Yeah, it snows. It snows in April, but this is a blizzard. This is an official freaking blizzard. At this speed, I got a long way to go. I'm gonna live, but I'm not gonna enjoy it at all until I'm in a warm place. This is not fun, believe me. This is not a lot of fun at all. Well, this is possibly the most extreme conditions I've put myself in. It's not approaching life-threatening, but I mean, look, we got slush. The main issue going on is that it's like if I wish it was either colder or warmer by 10 degrees because you got drippage and then you have snow. It's all combining. I'm not dry. I've got no way to get dry here. Everything's soaked out here. Now, again, the abort the mission thing would be I could go get in the engines. Even if they see me, you live, you know. That's not going on here. The thing is, it's not cold. It's definitely not below freezing out here. But this is it. I've never seen, this is absurd what has happened. 24 hours ago, it was 75 degrees. I was in Amarillo in shorts and a t-shirt. And look at this. So, I don't know what to say. I can blame myself for not looking at the weather forecast at the same time. This is one of those 1 in 5 years events where April 4th you get this kind of a snow going on in Colorado. I've lived in Colorado. I was born and raised here. This is not common that this happens this late in the year. It's actually, I don't know if I can recall anything of this nature. Please, please, please come out. Sun appears to be cooperating here. This was really looking grim. I'm telling you, this could have been 2 items that I have that I don't always have. I got this styrofoam. I've got this tarp. This is the first time I've always had a tarp on a trip. And this blanket, which I found that someone had discarded recently. If I didn't have these things, I think survival would not have been a guarantee on this trip. It probably would have happened, but I mean, game changer. And now I'm praying to God or whoever's listening, I want this storm over. This is Stobe the Hobo talking to whoever's listening. I want this over. Look at that. We may have blue sky coming in. Please. That said, I'd also like this train to start moving. I have no idea why we're stopped here. Look at this bag. The bottom of this bag is drenched. It's legitimately dumping lots of water out of it. This is what I'm talking about. Even this blanket, some of it. These are the conditions that could have been a lot worse if this snow had continued. And I gotta get this dried out while I got the chance. You ever just wonder why the F you're out here doing this, freezing your ass off like this, when you could be in a warm house or any other place? I sure do. Look at this. Come on, sun. No. More clouds are moving in. That is not good if that happens. Finally on the move after another ridiculous stop. One interesting thing, this tanker is seriously warm to the touch. Look there, we don't have a hazmat placard, so I don't know what's in it. And it's actually not loaded if you look at the springs. This is warm. This really helped out. I kind of huddled up next to this, you know, go like this for a little bit, and it's like warm. It's really nice. So if worst comes to worst and we're stopped again, I can just do that. Right now I gotta get back in my side, manage to dry things off enough to where it's not as miserable. Absolutely absurd spring storm. It's starting back up. I'm praying that this whole drip thing ain't gonna get going again. I'm dried up enough where it's actually not bad. Let's hope it stays that way. Coming into Pueblo. All right, so we're coming up to Pueblo Junction. If you watched Denver to Houston Part 1, I hung out at that junction trying to go east to La Junta. Now I'm coming in from the south. The Pueblo Junction, that's the split to La Junta right there. So if we were gonna just go to Denver, we would have gone up there, but we're going into the Pueblo yard. That's not good. Not a good sign at all. I know, going into the Pueblo yard, it's starting to get darker, it's raining again. I don't know. I mean, this may be the end of the trip right here. I'm not gonna try to catch another train out of here. Oh, for the love of God. Got heavy rains coming in. There's where I was sitting in that couch. The Denver to Houston episode. Now I'm coming in. We got heavy rains. Capitulation time is just about here. Some kind of train museum right here. I could just get off and be done. I'm gonna give this a little bit of time. I think if I'm here at dark, I can't do it. I'm gonna get out and figure something else out. We're deep in the yard, so I do no idea what the hell's going on now. I'm gonna try to stay upbeat. I think I've reached an important point where I'm just not writing FNBS anymore, at least on these clunker lines. Train is apparently still gonna go north, but they just tied it down right over that hill here in Pueblo. It's gonna go at some point, whatever. It's not worth the time, you know? I waited around for, it'll be 2 days again, Amarillo to Denver. If you count the time waited, it's not worth it anymore. I think it's, I need to grow up and out of this nonsense. I think the train is cool. It's not worth the time though if it's gonna be like this. And I think I'm kind of happy to come to this decision right now. It's just not worth it. If I have to take 2 days to get north, I've done it. I'm not gonna do it anymore. I'm not doing any more of this super slow nonsense. It's not worth my time. And I'm gonna be positive. I'm gonna find some food and hang out for a bit. Try not to get too grim because the train is gonna leave. My stuff is on the train. They just tied it down. So I'd say that's a safe 2 hours. you know, and if not, well, I'll be effed even more. But I'm kind of just at that point of extreme exasperation where I gotta just get off and unwind. So here's Pueblo. Freaking blizzard today, April 4th. Darkest hours of the night. I hate to have to get in the front again. It's the only option. Everything's soaked again. Well, I went to get food. The rain and the snow continued. As soon as this train inches forward, I'm gonna get in the third engine. Like I said, I advise against doing this unless there's a necessity, but it's freezing. I am cold as F. My clothes are wet, you know, and I gotta get home. There's no other choice. I'm gonna get in. I'm gonna have to stay alert as well. I don't want to get found in here. It's 10 p.m. right now. I'm gonna have to stay up. Out. Here we go. They've got full blast heat on in here. I'm gonna monitor this seat so I can see if they come back. I can get in the bathroom. And not even, they won't even know I'm in here if they come back. Adios, Pueblo. Can't say I enjoyed being here very much. Ever. Anytime I've been here. Out. I reiterate, I don't advise riding back here. Except when it's cold and you got no other choice. There's a good chance of being caught in here. I'm trying to stay awake. However, I don't know if I definitely can. There was no other way to get home. You know, and honestly, I mean, some people, you don't have to be on trains, Jim. You don't have to be doing that. I'd be glad to take a bus that doesn't cost $50, you know? Put together a bus, $20 bus. They've got it on the East Coast. It's called Megabus. There's nothing like that in Colorado. So, again, this is not recommended, but I have no option. Well, I'm giving up here. The train is stopped in Monument, Colorado. It's super cold. The train's been here about 8 hours. I'm at the end with BNSF Railway. I'm just done with it. It doesn't matter what I do, how I do it. I get put on these things, and it's too much. It's super cold. Close enough to the interstate, I'm gonna go hitchhike. It's unbelievable to me why nothing ever runs when I get on BNSF. So, whatever. I got a decent distance stuck out here. It's just too cold. Look at this. It's frosty. See my breath? I can't just sit here. I don't even know if there's a crew on. So anyways, Stobe the Hobo concluding this episode. We've learned a lot on this trip, I'd have to say, for sure. First of all, we've seen that basically this military equipment doesn't seem to be any issue with just letting this stuff sit for days on end. The silly tanks on this train. They've been here. I've been on this train on and off for almost 36 hours. And, you know, terrorists, whoever, there's no security here. We've seen that BNSF is essentially so slow. Can you hear that? I don't know if you can hear it. The guy's tying the train down up there. Again. This is the slowest railroad that exists in the United States. And I'd have to say to riders, you know, the cops, like serial murderers that are out here, I'm telling you, none of this stuff is a deterrent to me to riding the train as much as this experience has been on here. Nothing has come close. I'm not touching FNBS again. I'm not touching it, you know? I just can't do it, man. I don't have the time for this shit. And so again, 8 hours here. And I was tying it down because the crew doesn't have enough time. Again. Thank God I'm close enough to call for a ride.
Alright, Stobe the Hobo, long story short, I'm getting a ride a little further up than Cheyenne and hoping this train, we're following this train, I'm hoping it's going to stop at the Chugwater sighting. Stobe Mike Kenobi is giving me a ride, and we're in pursuit. Basically Cheyenne, I don't know, you got the Air Force Base there that the train runs through, a few other things. It just wasn't happening today, so I'm hoping this train is going to stop at the Chugwater sighting and I can get on there and go north. There's the train, if you can see it. Yeah. I'm gonna hope, again, we're stopping at Chugwater and I can just run up, get my stuff on the train and continue north. Track warrant control, and what that means is that basically all the switches have to be thrown manually, which is good in this case. That means if there's another train up there that's gonna pass, both trains are gonna have to stop completely and throw the switches manually. Come on, this guy's gotta stop, otherwise I'm gonna have to hitchhike. Ah! Hitchhike from Chugwater, you know, if this train does not stop up here, and I don't want to do that because Wyoming is probably the worst ever for hitchhiking that I've ever experienced. I've got some interesting stories from this place. Very long story short, we jumped off, my friend hit his head and his memory disappeared for about 10 minutes. That was back in 2006, I think. So I've got my stripes from this track for sure, coming up from Colorado State University. All right, here comes the train. Oh, I don't think he's gonna stop. I'm effed. Nope, he's gonna stop. Might stop at the north siding. This is the siding. He's really going slow. He's going very slow for what you expect on this line. Last time I came through, I was going about 40, 45, 50. Maybe he's gonna stop at the north edge of the siding, I don't know. Well, he didn't stop here. I don't know why he's going slow. He's going 25. It doesn't make sense. These trains used to go 50 through here. Dad likes driving around anyway, so I don't feel too guilty about getting a little bit further north. There's a place where they stop a ways up here. It's called Wendover. And I'm gonna get some of the way in the car. We're almost there on this back road. That is where the trains have always stopped going north, and even if they don't, that's where I'm getting off. It's wide open spaces, albeit not on a train right now, but I will be soon. I'm getting dropped off here. This is Wendover, Wyoming. That's a southbound. It doesn't help. It's kind of a remote location. Kind of. Yeah, but trains stop here. Yeah, not really excited, but I mean, this will last. I've only drank 3 out of this 30 pack here. All right, well, thanks for the ride. Adios. I am out here, but my knowledge of the rail network says I'll be able to get on a train up here. It's a nice place. It's very remote. There's no supplies, there's nothing, but it's actually pretty cool to hang out. Definitely good that it's night, even though it's basically completely deserted. There are a few houses around here. I'm walking around with a 30 pack and a huge backpack. It's just not gonna make sense. So this is a pretty remote area. It's close to Wheatland. It's north of Wheatland, and it is a little bit to the west of Guernsey, Wyoming, Wendover. It's not a town, but what you got here is a 3-way junction where these tracks coming from Denver, BNSF Front Range Subdivision, come up here. They meet the Canyon Sub. That's where a lot of coal is going. Coal from the south end of the mine district takes the Canyon Sub to Guernsey. I'll show it in the morning. I've got enough beer to last at least a few days. That's the good news. I got tons of food as well.
think to be very peaceful and quiet out here. There's some kind of military base. There has to be. There's the moon. There's non-stop helicopters, machine guns going off. I don't know if you can hear it on this camera. It's absurd. It's not peaceful here at all. Can you hear those guns? Absurd. They must be getting ready for something out in the Middle East. What the hell is going on over there? It's got to be some kind of aerial gunnery range it's too loud to be small arms. Look at this. Wow, that's nice. You're gonna see this place is kind of spooky when I get up, but I've drank enough beer and I just don't have the energy to worry about the moon coming through those treetops. Out. So this is one of the more remote but also interesting spots on the BNSF, I'd say. West Wendover, Wyoming. You got Guernsey is the town. It's about 10 miles that way. Wheatland is about 20 there. And you've got this fork. It's a three-way fork. This is the North Platte River. So it's a little chilly to swim in today. However, I may attempt to get across to the other side. This here is the canyon subdivision that goes through Wendover Canyon, which is fairly scenic. And then there's a split about 30 miles up here at Orrin, where most of the trains, which are coal, empty and loads, are going to turn off to the right to the mines. And then BNSF Front Range subdivision will turn left towards Casper. Here, this here is, again, the bulk of the traffic here is from the coal mines to Guernsey and then to either Denver or Alliance, Nebraska. But you've also got this fork to the right, which is where Denver trains are going to turn and come from. So this is a decent place if you wanted to get off the train. A lot of them stop here pulling onto the canyon sub off of the Front Range subdivision over there. Because once you're here, if you've got supplies, it's a pretty nice spot. Trains are guaranteed to stop here, but this R, that means restricted limits. Generally what that means is it will be going pretty slow as long as it's in the restricted limits. Now when the head end passes this sign about and gets there, train is going to speed up much too fast to get on. That was my observation last night, watching a couple trains go past. Pad supplies, you could definitely post up here. There's a couple property owners. These ranches here, they rarely drive past. You've got these historic cabins going on. And then over here, you've got an actual house that hasn't been lived in quite a long time. Checking out this place. This is many years since this has been inhabited. Got a mattress there. There's kind of some evidence of train riders having come through possibly, but nothing recently. I don't think a lot of people know about this spot. In fact, I don't know how many people at all know about right here. Looking at this, I don't know the function of this because this house is surrounded by tracks on each side. Let's see what's going on inside. Yeah, I was here, I think it must have been about 10 years ago I was here. And this is kind of what I was seeing then. The house is, you know, maybe could be fixed up. I don't know if this is vandalism or just natural wear and tear on the place. Let's see. Alright, well, if people find this camera later down the road, feel
Feel free to use the video of me collapsing through the floor. Would you spend the night in this place? That's the question. Looking out here to the fork. Be a very peaceful place. And then out here, you have a lot of trains going past all the time if you lived in here. There's more coal through here. Well, there's as much as I've ever seen. I've been coming in this area at least 10 years. Used to be an old refrigerator in there that had some hobo tags on it. And it's gone. I don't know why anybody would bother taking it, but it's not there anymore. Just at first glance, I don't know why, you know, this is a nice spot. You got a river. I mean, maybe the trains are annoying, but this is a decent spot. I don't know why, you know, no rancher or anybody would still be living in this little area. This looks like, you know, some form of an old double wide trailer or something. And just nothing for hobo tags. I haven't seen one anywhere in here. It's not really obvious what this place is if you're riding through north to south or south to north. And the coal, that doesn't stop. That line never really stops over there. But being that I came up here a lot in college, I've kind of got the idea, and I know about this place, that this is a decent spot to hang out and get off, and you're not marooned usually. You better bring a lot of supplies. You know, I've got a 30 pack, which isn't really a 30 pack anymore, because there's nothing here. You got at least a 10-mile walk to Guernsey on the train tracks to get to any civilization where you could buy more beer or food. Let's see what's going on in this one. And again, you know, this is a shelter. At least mattresses. I might try to throw one of those on the train if I can. It's a decent idea. Look at that face. It's stupid animals. Look at how big they are and how small I am. I can scare the entire herd off. Here's one hobo tag. I think that's the whistleblower down here. It's the only one I've seen down at this bridge. Now on the other side, I don't know what this is. There's a lot of different writing here. A lot. But I don't think these are hobo tags because they're really carved in there hard. And there's a ton of them, and I don't see that that's what they are, but I mean, Michaela. Is there any hobos or hobo Michaela? It's a pretty decent spot for recreation, hiking around, jumping in the water. It's not quite warm enough yet to really partake in this North Platte. But you look over here, got another abandoned homestead over there as well. Might be interesting stuff there. That place. It's probable that at some point this was a crew change between Cheyenne and Casper. Now the trains don't guarantee it stop here, but it's pretty much exactly halfway between each of those cities. The American West. The American West that hasn't been invaded by hipsters, land developers, any of it. Up here, this is wide open spaces. Look at this. Incredible. Box Canyon here. There's a lot of box canyons. We're walking towards the big canyon up here. You can't even really tell, but there's a canyon right over there. It's pretty decent. That's where the train tracks are. We're going to explore that next.
This is Wendover Canyon. I'm at the south. Whoa! That is see the tracks? The North Platte River. And it's almost getting warm enough. I may take a dip down at the camp spot. This is a very complicated canyon. It's basically cuts through, you know, just this prairie hillside kind of thing. I don't even know how you'd get up the other side. It's almost impervious to getting up. The water, that is super low. This has not been a very, you know, moist spring. We got track work. This is stopping everything up. I think it's tire replacement or something. So I'm not gonna miss the train being up here. So one of the more interesting spots I've seen with this canyon, absolutely no access other than the tracks right through here. Hoping I'll be able to go through the entire canyon in the day. Although right here is probably the most dramatic part of the entire canyon. It's right out of the Clint Eastwood movie or the Old West movie where the Indians are chasing you across seemingly endless plains and you ride up and then what do you do? God, that is not a joke. This is a steep cliff all the way up and down this canyon. Alright, well, I've explored Wendover here. The wind is just terrible. It never ends through here. There's a lot of trains. I have a stop empty right here on this leg of the Y. I'm just going to go get in position to depart. I'm going to move up the track about a half a mile and I'm just going to sit there until something stops. I'm at pride in that hike. So I'd just like to point out, if you can bring a 30 pack, bring a 30 pack. It's still got about 20 beers in it, and I'm telling you, it makes a difference to have beer out here, because this is nothing. There's nothing going on out here. There's no stores, but I have cold beer for a while still. I'm gonna try to clean off in this pool. A decent little creek running through here, down to the Platte down there. You gotta stay clean or it ain't that fun. Let's see. There's so much mud in this water. That is refreshing. I feel very clean. The wind is terrible. I want to get out of here soon. It's starting to get lonely. I haven't seen a person or talked to a person in 24 hours. I hope a train comes. I hope it stops. The train I want is here. It is really short. And I don't know if he's going to stop up here or not. He's creeping through. God, the train is so short. I could see it. It's like 10 damn cars. It's a double stack. Now right there, he's going slow enough. Do I care if he sees me? I don't know. It's either this or, you know, I could be here however the hell long. I don't know if he can see me or not. There he is. I don't even know how long the train is. He's creeping through right now. I could get on at this speed. There he is. I don't know if he cares that I'm here, but I gotta act. I have got to act. There we go. And I hope there's rideables. I really hope he stops. I don't know if this is gonna happen, man. If he doesn't stop, I ain't got a chance. If he doesn't stop, I'm not gonna make it. If he does stop, I am gonna make it. Please stop. Stop, you asshole. This would be really convenient if I can catch out of here right now. I think it might happen. We got the pig here.
I can get under there if I have to. Do I have everything? I have beer. I've got the camera. Oh my God. I thought this was gonna be days waiting here. It's not. Jesus. I gotta be really careful till I'm in front. Up here. Careful. Okay. It's not great. This is not great, but it'll work. I hope. I had to do something. Stobe the Hobo, heading out of Wendover. As soon as the train stops again, I can get to a ride. I mean, this is a ride, I'm on the car, but I can deal. There shouldn't be any people at all who are watching anywhere for a good 30 miles through here. Let's do it! This is an amazing feeling. FNBS has not worked out for me at all recently, but it worked out here. This is just the time I wanted to get on the train and be out of here. There's the house. I wonder if the guy saw me and wanted to be nice, because he only stopped for about 10 seconds. There it all goes. Gonna get a good view of this entire canyon. Go! We're out of here. Fall down there. That's pretty obvious. That's where I was hanging out earlier, up on those cliffs. Now we're cruising right down underneath them. green ahead. See that? Why are we stopping? All right, we're moving again. Here's the North Platte River. There's a reservoir south of here. What a difference it makes. There's like nothing left of that river down in Wendover Canyon. Look at it here. Big old fat river. Looks like it'll be fun for rafting, tubing, all that stuff. I've been wondering about this Alliance to Portland train and which route it takes to get up there. And we're gonna see now if the train is gonna go through the coal mine district or if it's just gonna stay on the lame Front Range subdivision to Casper. So we're gonna find out pretty much ASAP. We're making the right turn. So, right, we're going through the coal mine district. Very interesting.
In the past, all I'd ever seen go through there was coal. But that's towards Casper, and we're going up north through the coal mine district. This should be interesting. This is the Orange subdivision, triple main line. There's at times you got 4 main lines on this. It's all coal, except for this. I don't think they run a lot of anything else but coal. And going further up, if it's still light, I'll point out the mines. There's a lot of mines. This side of the train is branching off. And this train is gonna go right through. It's not gonna stop at all, I'm hoping. But 3 main lines, shouldn't be any need to F around. It's a major hassle if you ride in here on a coal train. And I mean, you can go through, but you gotta get 2 coal trains to make it through. This is the only train that goes straight through as far as I know. Look at this, just wide open here. Substantial progress during the night. Definitely past Sheridan. I think I'm getting somewhat close to Laurel, Montana now. Okay, this is the junction with the low line over to Dilworth through Bismarck. Meeting up with that, we're not going to be on Montana Railway tracking from here on. So next stop is going to be Laurel, which I'm hoping will be short. And the train, I'm staying on this train in Missoula. Yeah. These wind turbines going past. Not every day you see these wind turbine trains. As you can see, one blade is taking up 2 flat cars here, and that thing there, that thing moves so that when they go around curves, that'll swing back and forth so this can go around curves. That thing right there. Billings. Nice little depot there. Okay, through Laurel. It's about 300 something miles to Missoula. Take some inventory here. Let's see, I think I got 8 beers left. 1, 2, yeah. Or is that 9? 1, 2, 8 beers, and then I've got this Pizza-Rita thing too. So that should be sufficient to make it to Missoula, I'm hoping. There we go. gonna start heading up into the mountains pretty soon. We're gonna get some decent views. Some weather as we approach Livingston. As long as the train moves, these double stacks provide a decent amount of cover from the rain. But if it's not, I'm thinking this train on the way for sure. This is Livingston, and trains like GM, Coal, and Crane, they all add helpers to go over this big pass that the train's about to go over at Bozeman Pass. Fortunately, I'm on a higher priority intermodal that's fairly lightweight, and there will be no need for a stop here. If you've ever seen the movie A River Runs Through It with Brad Pitt and some other guys, that's in this town. It's supposed to be Livingston, Montana. It's the movie where Brad Pitt gets murdered. There's the cops, but they're not looking for me. The old depot. The Northern Pacific depots, they got those yin-yang symbols on them, which is interesting. It's going through town here, weather coming in. I'm not honestly prepared for a big rainstorm if the train stops. We're through town. I've been pulled off here. Well, they tried to pull me off here a few years back. They didn't succeed. But I don't know, I hope we're just gonna keep going. I don't know if you can see that rain. There's rain coming down. I don't want to deal with that right now. If we can just maintain this speed up the pass, it should be fine. South of here, you can't tell because of this storm. That's Yellowstone. It's about 60 miles south to the north entrance at Gardner, Montana. You can't tell, there's big snow-capped peaks all around here. I'm really hoping that this weather is just in this area. I don't have what it takes to make it another 200 miles. If it doesn't, you know, if we go slow and it's getting me wet. So far I'm dry, but it's coming down. Not good. We're stopped. I mean, when you see mountains like this and it's April, you know, I don't think this is anything that's going to be lethal, but this is not good. As long as the train moves, and well, let's be very glad that this is a train with priority. It'll move. At least the beer won't get warm. We're stopped here on Bozeman Pass. So I hope it doesn't get wet. I mean, as long as it's this consistency, you know, it won't soak into my bag too much. But in this silly grain train pass, looks like the weather is not obscenely out of control. We gotta get moving. It's clearing up, I'm hoping. Precipitation coming down. Now that we're moving, it's not a big deal. You can't count on summer style weather in Montana until about mid-June. It's about 50-50 chance these days, April. To the top of the pass here. Alright, this is the top of the pass here. All of a sudden it's back to winter. Look at that. It's winter up here at the top of Bozeman Pass. The good news is the beer is cold. The bad news is I'm cold as well. Coming down off Bozeman Pass into Bozeman, Montana. It's getting cold. As long as we can go fast, it won't be an issue. The train's gonna parallel the Missouri River. Right up here is the headwaters of the Missouri River, which is pretty cool, in about 5 miles. And then we're approaching Helena, Montana. I'm pretty sure, I'm not 1,000% sure, this is the Missouri River headwaters here, and it takes a very roundabout route up to Great Falls, Montana, and then it starts going southeast from there. But this is where it basically starts up here. We're about 30 miles west of Bozeman, Montana. Not navigable at this point. I don't think it's navigable for a really long distance, basically towards Minneapolis. But this is where it starts. This is what it looks like. Scenery in Montana. Look at this. This is the Missouri River. Basically the headwaters just about right here. Oh, it's over. Is good. I'm starting to understand why people move to Florida later in life. Do you want to be in cold weather most of the time? That's what it's like up here. It's ridiculous. It's down to about 40 degrees. I'm doing okay. I'm gonna survive, but I mean, I'd like to be warm, and it's not gonna happen. Like a battle of good and evil. With good weather up here, and evil weather on here, and I'm right in the middle, and I'm hoping the good weather is gonna win. Approaching Helena, Montana. Coming into Helena. It's Helena, if you haven't seen it. You know, I thought about getting off the train here, and it's freezing out here. It's freezing cold. I'm just gonna stay on. If I'm fortunate, I could be at the Northern Command Post tonight. It's about 7 p.m. and the train ought to make Missoula by midnight. Hopefully, I can get a ride and be warm in about 6 hours, hopefully. That was the fastest crew change. It was under a minute for the new crew to get on and get us going. I'm gonna come back to Helena and hang out here maybe over the summer. It's too cold to think about anything else. Get back to the Northern Command Post, get warm. Would have been cool to hang out. This is one of the steepest railroad passes there is in the U.S. Going over the Continental Divide. You know, we don't have a lot of cars, and we got 2 engines. This is the speed we're going. Because this grade, it's like a 3, it may even make a 4% grade. And as we get closer to the top, you'll see it gets pretty interesting. Look at this, we got a train in front. That's the back of the train, and then you can see the front there. So there's a big old horseshoe curve coming up. See it going around that curve? There's the back. front. We're going to be hitting that horseshoe curve as well here in a bit. It is one of several pretty decent horseshoe curves on here. Unfortunately, I'm so far close to the engine, it's not really safe to just get the full shot. Now there's the track up there, the same track as this. I don't think this train is long enough so you can totally see what the deal is with this next horseshoe curve. So there's the track down there. If you got a long train, you can watch your own train go in the opposite direction down there. And here's some ghost town. What the hell's going on there? On this section of track, it's absolutely maximum speed. Look at this. It's incredible. It's got to be about 65 mph. Right, it's about 2 hours later since the last transmission. The train is on the very east sector of Missoula. Meaning that this trip is about to be over, I can warm up. It's got cold. It is severely cold out here. It's like the same temperature as when I left 2 months ago. It's ridiculous. But we're coming in, and I think I can get a ride soon, and I can get warmed up. I hope. My teeth are chattering. This is it. Anytime the train stops, I'm getting off. Whenever the train slows down, I'm going to get off the train. Just about to come to a stop here in the Missoula yard. I got to tell you, it's good that it's dark. Pointing out again the depot. Look at those yin-yangs. That's only on this railroad, the Great Northern. I'm sorry, the Northern Pacific. Nowhere else. Coming to a stop in the Missoula yard. Time to get off. I'll say again, this is good that it's dark because this is impossible to escape in the daytime. Stobe the Hobo, I'm getting off. I'm off the property. Successful arrival in Missoula, Montana in the darkest hours of the night. So this concludes Missoula to Miami and back. 2 months ago on February 14th, I left basically right here. This is the pedestrian overpass over the yard in Missoula. And I went as far east as Miami. That's almost as far as you could get. It's as far as you could get on a train. Obviously, you could get to Key West if you were just driving. And I returned on pretty much a different route. It's not a joke what happened. This was a mega length trip. And I need a break. I'm fried. So the trip is over. Signing off. Stobe the Hobo. Until the next trip. Out.